Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to sightedmoon.com. I'm Joe Dumond. I'm supposed to be the host, but I just don't often get to talk anymore here. So this is awesome. But if you're just tuning in now, you've missed some of the best parts of the teaching already. The prayers that we just finished and the music that we've had beforehand. And I hope you'll come. We open the doors about 12:30 Eastern time, wherever you are, Eastern time zone. But we have stuff going on before we start recording, and I hope you'll come and join us. Today, we're going to do the Torah portion, and at sightedmoon.com, because we work on a sabbatical cycle, we go through the Torah portions on a 3.5 year time period. So that's twice every septennial. So we go through the Torah portions 2 times every 7 years. It takes a little bit longer this way because we read it in more detail, spend more time thinking about it, rather than try and get it all jammed in 1 year, which is what most people do. And there's nothing wrong with that. You can do both if you want. So this week, we are reading Genesis 14. And before we do, because I always seem to forget, because we just did a whole bunch of nice prayers and learning about the meaning of the prayers. And this week's newsletter was talking about praying and the reverence you're to give to Jehovah. He's not your rabbit's foot. He's not your go-to when you're in trouble. He's your king. And not just any king. The most powerful king in the entire universe. And we need to keep that in mind, you know. Dear Jehovah, please help fix my toothache. Okay, like, did you even address him? Do you even know who he is? Do you even realize that the power that he commands in his words? So that's why we do the Amidah, to remember some of these things, to see the significance of you know, the praise of this being who can make dead and make to life at the same time. So now that I said that, I should put the pressure on somebody else, but I won't. I'll do it myself today. Our Father Jehovah, powerful and great King, our Messiah, our husband, the one who created the entire universe just with his words, the one who gave up his life for us because you knew that we were going to sin. And you planned this from before the creation of the world. You who heal and make alive, you who take life and give it. You who have promised to raise us from the dead. Our King and our Messiah. We thank you, Father, for this opportunity to keep this Sabbath. The Sabbath that, you know, so much of the world thinks is about worshiping some Jewish idea, but you made it for us so that we can come to know you. Thank you, Father, for your blessings. You tell us to revere the Sabbath, to honor the Sabbath, to revere our parents, so that we will learn to revere your holy days when we come to meet you. We ask your blessing upon this day, Father. We pray that you continue to be with us, inspire us, inspire the comments, the midrash here. Everybody can participate. Inspire them with something to say about what we're talking about today in the sections that we're reading today. We just ask that you be with us, bless this service, and continue to keep us safe wherever we are around the world, so that we can bring more glory to the name of Jehovah in whatever we do. Amen. So we have Genesis 14, right, Randy? Am I in the right spot?
Yes, sir.
And we have who? Randall doing that today?
We have Kurt.
Kurt. So Kurt, you're going to get interrupted a whole bunch of times here as we go. So just know that ahead of time.
Yes. You ready for me to start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Genesis 14. And it came to pass in the days. Okay, I gotta take my glasses off. And it came to pass in the days of Aramphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that they made war with Bera, king of Sodom, Birsha, king of Gomorrah, Shinab, king of Admah, Shemember, king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar. All these joined together in the valley of Siddim, that is the Salt Sea. 12 years they should serve Chedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. In the 14th year of Chedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him came and attacked the Rephaim in Ashtaroth, Karnaim, the Zuzim in Ham, the Emim in Sheva Kiriath Hamim, and the Horites in their mountain of Seir, as far as El Paran, which is by the wilderness. Then they turned back and came to En Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and attacked all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who dwelt in the Hazazon Tamar. And the king of Sodom, the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, that is Zoar, went out and joined them in battle in the valley of Siddim against Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, Tidal, king of nations, Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elasar. 4 kings against 5. Now the valley of Siddim was full of asphalt pits, and the king of Sodom and Gomorrah fled. Some fell there, and the remainder fled to the mountains. So they took all the goods of Sodom and Gomorrah and all their provisions and went their way. They also took.
Let me interrupt you.
Yep.
So what have you just learned other than that Kurt can't pronounce some of these names? This is a very significant or interesting period in time that if you just read over it, you're going to miss a lot, because there's a little bit of prophecy in here as well. So I'm looking at my charts, and the year is 2216. Where are you? 2216. No, that's the wrong one. This is Abram. Where'd they go? I've lost them. There it is. 2013 on the Hebrew side, or on the counting side. We're looking at the kings: Aramphel, king of Shinar; Arioch, king of Elasar; Chedorlaomer, king of Elam; and Tidal, king of nations. You need to go and look up each one of those kings. Do your own word search. Just open it up, look at it. These are different titles or for Nimrod, the hunter of men. And you're being told this right here in the names themselves. And then one other thing you got to notice is that Bela, the king of Bela, these are city-states. And you're going to find out a little bit later that Lot flees to Zoar, and Zoar is not destroyed. So it's important that you notice these things. But you also got to know why. Why is Zoar not destroyed? Then we come down to verse 4. 12 years they served Kedolaomar. Now I'm having trouble. And in the 13th year they rebelled. This is telling you that King Nimrod is now taken over this territory for 13 years. But this group of cities decided to break away from him, and he comes down and hammers them for breaking away. There's a whole history going on here in just these few verses. You got to break it down and look at it, and you got to look at it in detail. And they go all the way down to Kadesh Barnea, right? And that's where Israel ended up going to. Okay, you want to carry on, Kurt?
Sure. I think I'm at verse 12. They also took Lot, Abram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. Then one who had escaped came and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt there by the terebinth trees of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and they were allies with Abram. Now when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his 318 trained servants who were born in his own house, and went in pursuit as far as Dan. He divided his forces against them by night, and he and his servants attacked them and pursued them as far as Hobah, which is north of Damascus. So he brought back all the goods, and also brought back his brother Lot and his goods, as well as the women and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shabbat, that is the king's valley, after his return from the defeat of Chedorlaomer, and the kings who were with him. Then Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine. He was the priest of the God Most High, and he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him a tithe of all.
Okay, so hang on. So the king of Salem, we all know that to be Jerusalem. Jeru is a Canaanite word for city. So this is called the city of peace, and Salem means peace. So that's where we get Jerusalem from, a Canaanite word combined with this Hebrew word for peace. Now we're about to get into something about the tithe. Who gave who the tithe here?
Okay, I'll carry on at
No,
20.
hang on. No, don't carry on yet. We got to answer this question
Okay.
because it's important. Who gave who the tithe? Well, in order to know who's being spoken of, you got to go up a little bit further. And bless God Most High. Who blessed God Most High? And he blessed him and said, Blessed be Abram. So it's Melchizedek that's doing the blessing. Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be the God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. Who's the subject of the sentence? Melchizedek. And he, Melchizedek, gave him a tithe of all. If you're a Christian, then this doesn't work because it's Jehovah, or it's you giving a tithe to the Catholic Church. Read what it says and
Who's
understand.
got the loot? That's all I gotta ask.
What?
Who's got the loot? Who took all the loot from all the spoilage that they got from the kings? Abraham. It has all of the loot that he plundered from all these people. So Melchizedek doesn't have it. Abraham has.
He gave it to Melchizedek. Okay? He gave it back to Melchizedek. He gave it back to the king of Sodom. Because you're about to read the king of Sodom's not wanting to be outdone by the king of Melchizedek. So it's Melchizedek giving a tithe of everything that Abram just recovered. So if you find a wallet on the street and it's full of $1,000 and you bring it back to me, I'm going to be so glad to get it back. I'm going to give you $100 for being a nice guy. That's exactly what they're doing here. If you find my wallet and you bring it back to me, you're not going to give me 10% and keep the rest. That's what the Christianity is telling you is going on here. You give me back my wallet, I give you a tithe for being a good person. Okay, verse 21. Now let's read the rest of this story. See what's going on here.
Okay, verse 21. Now the king of Sodom said to Abram, give me the persons and take the goods for yourself.
So hang on. Who has now got the loot? Sodom, or the king of Sodom, now got his stuff back. Okay.
But Abram said to the king of Sodom, I have raised my hand to Jehovah, God Most High, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will take nothing from a thread to a sandal strap, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Abram rich, except only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who were with me, and Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion.
So the king of Sodom is trying to do exactly what the king of Salem just did and give Abram a tithe. And he said, no, I'm not going to let you give anything to me, but I will take what the king of Salem did because he's representing the God Most High, but you're representing something else. I don't want nothing from you. Okay, so if the Christianity is right, why would Abram say that if he already has all of Sodom's stuff? Abram should be doing the same, giving them a tenth of the stuff that he just brought back. Stop and think. Don't be conned into tithing to just any old group because Abram did it and Jacob did it. Because when we get to Jacob, you're going to learn it's not what you think it is. Okay, so now we are going on to, thank you, Kurt.
Well,
Has anyone got any questions on this before we move on? This could be
Well,
an
you
all-day
asked-
subject right here.
You asked us to look up the meanings of the names.
Yes, did you do that?
Well, so I use Abram publications to find meanings of names. The meaning of Amraphel says it's unclear, but perhaps one that darkens counsel or the commandment which went forth. The etymology is unclear, but perhaps from the verb amar, which means to talk or command, or the verb alpi, which means to be dark. The name of Arioch.
Okay, hang on, just before you move on, you got some clues there to who this is. Okay, so now we got to get into the
Amorites, you mean?
no, Amraphel, dark. Just read what you just said again.
So Amraphel, which means one that darkens counsel or the commandment which went forth.
Well, who's that?
And it comes,
No, but who's that? Who's that in your Bible right now? Like, there's a huge clue right
oh,
there.
the enemy, the adversary. We
It's
call
Cush.
him.
It's Cush.
Cush? Okay.
Okay, so we got to go. You got to go into Alexander Hislop's Two Babylons, and you can get a ton more information about this. Who's the messenger going forth? Mercury, right? Mercury. Who's Mercury? That's Cush. Darkens the counsel, brings a false report. Mercury is the one giving you the wrong news, misleading news.
Okay.
Mercury's right behind the sun right now, or it's just peeking out. There's a
So he's
conjunction.
not saying nothing right now. He's blocked by the sun. Okay, so who have you got for Arioch?
Well-
One more thing on Cush, if you could. When you were saying Cush confounded the languages, was it Jehovah just coming down, the wind blowing, and everybody starts speaking a different language? Or did Cush have something to do with teaching people different languages to break up the group?
I would say it's Jehovah confounding the languages, but it's Cush that's leading them away from Jehovah. That is the root cause, right? Jehovah wasn't going to confound the languages until somebody started spreading something else, right? And what was the commandment that they were supposed to do? Spread out and conquer the earth. And what did Cush get them to do? Bring them together. Let's build a city. And then Nimrod is the first emperor, right? Again, you got to read Alexander Hislop's To Babylon. There's a ton of information there. And then you got to do your research and you got to combine mythology together. Okay, Sombra.
Hey, Joe.
Who's
Reading
this?
it, Wilson.
Wilson, go ahead.
Reading it isn't hard. It's remembering it. But you had mentioned. So are you saying Kedor Lamor is Nimrod? Is that am I understanding you right?
Yes, as you said, remembering it is yes. I believe that is correct.
Okay.
Or title King of Nations might be also. And that title King of Nations may also be referring to, or both of them be referring to Nimrod, if I remember my research correctly. I know then it goes on to say 5 kings against 4. I know. I'm just saying.
Okay, you want,
Wilson, did you have some more to say there? Or?
No, not at this time. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding you right. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see what Sombra comes up with here.
okay, so for Arioch, I have lion-like. It's from the noun ari, which means lion, and from the verb ara, which means to gather.
Okay.
From Elisar, we have rebellious God or unto rebellion. It's the etymology is from the word el, which means God or denotes the motion towards, and the verb sarar, which means to be rebellious. And the name Birsha, or was it Birsha? Anyhow, it means Bira, which means the son of wickedness or with wickedness. The etymology is from the prefix be, which means in, or the noun ben, which means son, and the verb rasha, which means to be wicked. And Tidal, it's unclear, but perhaps it means splendor, high praise, or for thanksgiving. The etymology is unclear, but it's perhaps from yada, which means to praise, or al, which means for. They did not have one for Kedol Laomer. I have Zuzim. And who else do we want?
Oh no, who else you got? But you're naming my, Ham, Cush, and Nimrod family in just about everything you've said so far.
Okay, and then Zuzim, which is the last one that I have. The meaning is seasonal migrant, and it comes from the verb ziz, which means to move cyclic like a tide. So that's why his name would be Tidal. No, that's the other guy's Tidal. Okay, and that's
Okay.
I have.
Okay.
If you want to look up more, I can look up more.
No, that's a homework assignment for everyone that wants to look it up. Go and look it up. But also understand, Ham, Cush, and Nimrod are leading the rebellion against Jehovah. And what is Nimrod doing? He's a conqueror of nations, or a hunter, the mighty hunter, the hunter of men. He's conquered these people. They serve under him for 13 years, and then he rebels. Or then they rebel, and then he comes and gets them into submission. And we had that here in our, I had that here, which I thought I had, but I don't see it now. So I have to go and look it up here again. But I had that here in my chart someplace. Anyway, it's there. Anything else anybody wants to say?
Well, Joe, where are they starting out? Where's this? Is it Kadesh? Is that where they started out?
No, that's where they went down to. They went as far south as Kadesh and conquered down there, right?
Because they went as far north as Damascus, or north of Damascus.
That's where Abram went to catch them. Where are they from? Okay, you go back and you read where Abram was born. He was born in Ur, right?
Yeah.
Of the Arameans. And who was he? His brother Haran was killed in a fire. Something to do with the statues being broken that Abram broke. And Nimrod is the one that threw him in the fire. That's why Lot is with Nimrod, because Abram took Lot, his nephew, and his mother to be with him. And they stayed with him. And they even have a well called Ber Milka down in the, down in the Kadesh Barnea area.
Right.
So Nimrod is the one that killed him. He's the king of Ur, of the Arameans at this time. Anyway, again, a lot of research comes out of the Alexander Hislop's two Babylons and putting these places in the right places. It's not Ur way down by the Gulf of south of Iran, whatever that Gulf is called there.
Persian.
Persian Gulf, between Iran and Saudi Arabia. He's not from down there.
Joe, Johan from Cape Town has some stuff here in the chat. It says Amraphel from the Strong's 569 means sayer of darkness, or fall of Amraphel, the sayer. It says king of Shinar, which is the Strong's 8152, which means country of two rivers.
So who is the king of Shinar? They built the tower there, right?
Amraphel is the king of the country of two rivers. Okay,
Yeah.
so then we have Arioch, which is Hebrews, H746, which means lion-like. We have the king of Elasar, which Strong's H495, El is chastener. Chedor le'amor, Strong's 3540, mean handful of sheaves. King of Elam, Strong's Hebrew, or H5867, means eternity. Tidal, Strong's H413, means a great son. The king of the Goyim, which is plural of Goy, which means nations or people. Bera means son of evil. King of Sodom, which means burning. Birsha, which means with iniquity. Amora, king of Amora, is submersion. And Shinab, speaking of submersion, do you know that there's a big dam up there? And there's stuff under the dam, under the water.
Mm-hmm.
Submersion, interesting. And Shinab, splendor of the Father. And that's all he's got.
Okay. And Adma, you're going to see, well, I think we saw it there a little while ago in Joshua. The Adma is where the waters of the Jordan River stopped up to, or heaped up beside. So who was that? That was Johan from South Africa. If that's the same one, I think so. Thank you. Anything else? So you help me out in the chat there, you guys. I can't keep up
I have
with the
a
chat. Go ahead, Wilson.
comment. If I'm getting too far into the weeds, just stop me. But something that I for whatever reason I hadn't put together, but I don't know, a couple months ago I was talking to my family about this. Verse 14, when Abram heard that his nephew had been taken captive, he led out his trained men. Okay, basically, just to make the point, and we know this, but Abram went and saved. The point of why he did this, I believe, was for Lot and for the covenant he had with Lot. Okay, so he saves all these kings in the valley and the men of Sodom and Gomorrah. Now, why is that important? Because we go forward a few chapters. Now it's years down the road. I haven't done the figuring to see exactly how many years, but it just struck me. The men of Sodom and Gomorrah, they have been rescued because of their relationship with Lot. Think about this. Okay. And then what do they turn around and do? They go to Lot's door and they're mad because he won't let them have sex with his guests. And then they say, we're gonna rape you. We're gonna do worse to you. I mean, this is the guy that they were all saved because of him. And because of Abram, and knowing that Abram served Yehovah. So this had to be a well-known thing. And yet they still came against Lot, who had a covenant with Abram. And so it just, to me, I'm thinking, okay, now this severe judgment makes a lot more sense, because they're spitting in the eye of Yehovah, and they know it, because they know who Lot is and they know who Abram is. Anyway.
No, that's an interesting point. And I've just figured out my charts here. See, I did the charts in certain colors, and then Pauline redid them all and added to them and changed my colors, and I can't find what I'm looking for. So in 2013, after the creation of Adam, is when the Tower of Babel was confounded. 13 years later, which is what we're reading here in Genesis 14, brings us up to 2027, when the king of the north captures Sodom and Gomorrah. And this is the battle that we just read about. So that was 2027. Then what Wilson's talking about took place 20 years later in 2047 with the destruction, or at the 2047 with the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So that was 20 years later, and they forgot about what Abram had done. So
can I just throw a question in?
Yep.
Is that what Wilson just said? What I get out of that is that's a description of our Christians today. We've all been saved, and we thumbed our nose and went and did our own thing. A bunch of abominations. Yet we still, we just had Christmas, all the people, committers of abominations just had their big Christmas party. Is that what's in store?
Sure looks like it. That's a good comparison.
Preach it, brother.
Are you done? I don't want to interrupt you. You're on a roll.
Oh, that's all I got. It's a great big sigh now.
Okay. Anyone else got anything here they want to comment on?
Joe,
Go ahead, Ben.
I was just looking at the chats here, and the thing that Johan from Cape Town put on, I was trying to wrap my mind around this one. So the first 4 kings, it seemed like they were all kings that were, their meaning of their names are good meanings, like they would be men of Yahweh, except for the first one that comes from Shinar. Anyway, is he the one that comes from Shinar? Is he one of, to me, it's good versus evil here that we're fighting. Do you see that?
Well, you know,
Am I right on my thinking, or am I confused? Because the second 5 kings, they all had meanings of, the first one was son of evil. The second one is burning. Third one is with iniquity. So which ones were the ones that were good that Abram was siding with, and which ones were they fighting against?
well, I wouldn't say either side was good, because I think that might be where you're getting,
That might be where I'm confused.
because Abram didn't side with a good or bad. He sided with Lot, who got
He
caught up
didn't
in the
get
middle of
along.
it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we got Bob from Edmonton here saying that Jasher says Nimrod is the king of Shinar. Jasher 16:1. Not that Jasher's our go-to reference book, but for this section here, I think I may have referred to that as well. And yeah, so Ben, yeah, the first 4 kings, they're not the good kings, you know, and they are the bad ones. And the last 5 or the last kings down here from Sodom in that area, they're not exactly that good themselves.
Can
Okay.
I bring something up along
ahead,
those
Wilson.
lines? So if we remember, I mean, this is further on, but it's all tied together. If we remember, Yehovah says, I'm going to go down to see just how bad, if things are as bad as I'm hearing they are down in the valley there, Sodom and Gomorrah area. So this is 20 years earlier. And I guess I kind of see it as this period of testing. Yeah, maybe they're not horribly evil yet. And they're getting a chance. They get punished by this being attacked by these kings and carried off, but they get a reprieve because of Lot living there, and Abram comes and saves them.
Well, they wouldn't have gotten a reprieve.
Well,
If Lot had stayed with Abram wouldn't have gone and rescued any of them. They'd have been gone.
No, I understand. And that's what I'm saying, though. I'm just saying, I'm just looking at the bigger picture and saying, maybe that's the point of Lot being down there, is to give these people another chance. We see Yehovah giving peoples another chance all the time. And the final straw is when they rejected him 20 years later. But you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah. And just let's go with your analogy here for a minute. Who was it that came to visit Abraham? Yehovah. Who is it that the people of Sodom wanted to have sex with? His 2 angels, right?
2 messengers, yes.
Yeah.
Who those messengers were is another question.
Yeah. We won't go down that road, but yeah. So these 2 angels traveled with Jehovah, and they are the ones that, you know, like, think about how great a crime this is. Forget the sodomizing part, but just the crime.
Yeah.
They did not recognize, you know, the Messiah. The same as Judah didn't recognize him later on.
But when you have a messenger,
Abraham did, though. Sorry, Samber, go ahead.
if you have a messenger who comes in the name of a king, he represents the king. And so if you're saying you want to have sex with the messenger, it's the same thing as saying you want to have sex with the king.
Well, it's not, yeah,
you know,
but
still,
it's not exactly having sex with him. This is sodomizing him. This is like,
exactly. It's
worse.
disrespect. It's absolutely.
Yeah. Paul, go ahead.
It's also an analogy for the end days. As you have put before, that Sodom and Gomorrah are the same coming now. 10% of the city was saved.
So, okay, so look at what happened here, right? Not 10% were saved here, but
No,
Abram refused to take a tithe from Sodom.
Yes.
So Sodom and Gomorrah at this time, then we got Sodom and the Moabites at that time. And now we got the whole thing taking place now, again, the whole society around the world. Yeah.
So the words of Solomon keep coming back to me. And what has been will come again.
Yeah.
That's and people can't see that what has been is going to come again, except worse this time.
Okay, so is this the theme? What is the theme that we've just read here? Okay, so here's the little, when we do these Torah or the 3.5-year Torah studies, we're trying to see if there's a theme throughout them.
It's a
Sometimes
warning.
it's obvious and sometimes it's not. So right now we got a number of different things going on here in Genesis. So now we're going to jump up to Judges 7 and 8.
Have we finished the first part, have we?
I don't know, have we? Or did you have more to say?
No, I mean, is he finished reading?
Yes.
All right, yeah. Okay, sorry.
So Judges 7 and
If I
8.
could ask a question.
Go ahead. Who's that?
It's Stephen Spikerman.
We can't let you talk.
No,
No, you'll never shut up.
I'll shut up if you like.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, sir. I'm only kidding you. Good to see you, sir.
And you, sir, absolutely. Good to see you. You look well. I
Liar.
just want to ask that you mentioned earlier about the city of Zoar, and you asked a rhetorical question: why was the city saved? I'd love to know the answer.
Yes, go ahead. Tell us the answer. 'Cause I forgot to come back to that.
No, I'd love to know the answer.
Oh, you'd love to know the answer. Okay, well, okay, when we get to the story of Lot, and 20 years later, Lot wants to flee to Zoar. But Zoar is one of the 5 cities that's to be destroyed, right?
Yeah.
And later on, the city is no longer called Zoar, it's called Bela. Because they repented. The city repented. That's why it was not destroyed.
Really, it was called
Okay,
Bela,
so
Bela after its king. The king was called Bela.
yeah, but if you go to Judges, or no, go to Genesis where Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah take place, and read that story. If we do that in our Torah studies, when we get there, who knows what's going to happen.
Okay.
But Bela is this place that is repenting. I'm not sure if Bela means repenting, but it repented, and that's why Lot could go there.
Right.
Now I might have to go and look up that study I did. It's been a few years since I did it, but that's what I remember.
Hey, Joel.
Go ahead, Ben.
So in chapter 14 that we just read, verse 8, it said the sovereign of Bela, that is Zoar.
Yes,
Is that the same one?
that's the one I'm talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, why don't we just go there? Let's go up to, where's Sodom and Gomorrah? What chapter is that in? Sodom and Gomorrah, chapters 19. Okay. Let's see, jump down here. Start in verse 17, chapter 19, 17, Genesis. So it came to pass when they had brought them outside that he said, escape for your life. Do not look behind you, nor stay anywhere in the plain. Escape to the mountains, lest you be destroyed. Okay, so it's not just your faith that's saving you. You actually got to move your feet. Then Lot said to them, please, no, my lords, indeed now your servant has found favor in your sight, and you have increased your mercy, which you have shown me by saving my life. But I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil overtake me and I die. Okay, you're running for your life. What evil is going to overtake you in the mountains? The angels just put you on this path. They're not going to let a lion get you. They're not going to let the bad guys are in Sodom. Just run. No, I'm going to argue with the angels. See now the city is near enough to flee to, and is a little one. Please let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said to him, see, I have favored you concerning this thing also, in that I will not overthrow the city for which you have spoken. Hurry, escape there, for I cannot do anything until you arrive. Therefore, the name of the city is called Zoar. Okay. And let's see, is there anything else there? So, and Zoar is where we get the tombstones from for the Sabbatical Jubilee years. So that's the city there that they fled to. Okay. Now, Ben, I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Oh, I just found the Bella and Zoar that you were talking about in verse 8 there. And now I'm just I'm waiting for you to connect the dots, the rest of the dots.
No, you're going to have to connect the dots. I'm leaving that for you. That's homework. Okay, but that's where it comes in down here. Now, the Zoar being Bella, how did they change? How did they repent? Off the top of my head, I do not remember right now. But
sorry, can I ask something, please?
We do have a letter on the news. We do have a newsletter on our website called Bella and Zoar, or something to that effect. You can look it up there. Go ahead, Victoria. Victoria, go ahead.
You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I want to know if Lot fled to Zoar. How did it happen that they were all alone and afraid of not existing in the future, and his daughters had sex with him?
Say again. How? What?
Why did Lot's daughters have sex with their father in order to procreate if they fled to a city?
Okay. So we have to go and read some more of Genesis 19. All right. What do we do when we don't have the answer? Just keep reading. Genesis 19. Where'd you go? Verse 29. No.
Verse 30.
Verse 30. Then Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains. So after he left the city of Zoar, he dwelt in the mountains, and his two daughters were with him, for he was afraid to dwell in Zoar. Okay, so they're not exactly the best people there yet. And he and his two daughters dwelt in a cave. Now the firstborn said to the younger, our father is old, and there is no man on the earth to come into us, as it is the custom of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine and preserve the lineage of our father. Okay, so it goes back to the people of Zoar are not of the same tribe as Lot. Lot is from the Hebrews.
Right.
The people of Zoar are from whoever, the Zoar or Sodom or Canaan or Ham, or they're from somebody else. So Lot's line. So it's you go to this Leviticus, and it tells you about going into your brother's wife when she doesn't have an heir. Lot's family has now been wiped out. These two girls are the only two that are left, and Lot has no heir. These two girls are going to marry into somebody in Zoar or somebody in one of the other cities, and Lot's got no heirs because they will become the family of whoever they marry into. By giving Lot sons, they're doing the same thing that we read in Leviticus of going into your brother's wife so that she has an heir, and you raise that heir as if it was your brother's. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So is that a sin? Because that's what they're referring to in verse 30 here. The heading is the Lot's daughter's sin.
Lot's daughter's sin. Now I gotta go back here.
Now,
That's
speaking of that,
Says
Paul
this-
makes a good point there. But the Moses, with the law or instructions wasn't revealed for incestual relationships until Moses, or was it?
No, because what did Abram do with Lot? He took care of him. He took his brother's wife. He took her family. He took Milcah with him, right? He took care of them as if he was his own. So now if Milcah didn't have Lot, then Abram probably would have gone into her. So where does it say that the daughter sinned?
I think that's a heading put there by the translators to bring clarification. I think that's what whoever that was is
Yeah,
talking about.
it's written in the King James, just a heading. It says the sin of Lot's daughters. And I was just wondering, how can it be sin if it's something that's procreation to continue lineage?
Because that's a Christian stinking thinking. So let's find the scripture that actually says that they sinned.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Victoria.
It would seem to me, if I may, that because they got him drunk, they knew it wasn't quite on the up and up at the very least. Let's put it that way. Or maybe Lot wouldn't go for that. And the other question is, why didn't they go back up to Abraham, who was just up on top of the plain? I don't have good answers for this.
Well, they don't know how wide a destruction it is. They don't know that it was just the destruction of Sodom. They figured Zoar got spared, but you know, put yourselves in their position. The whole world just went on fire, and some angel just saved you. Maybe you are the next Noah, right?
Yeah.
Right. You don't know. Like, you know, they didn't have internet to see if Abram was still alive. So, you know, you just do what you got to do when you're in that situation, because you just don't know what else to do. And I don't see, just quickly going over this, I don't see where it says that they sinned.
No, it doesn't.
Joseph.
Okay.
Joseph. Hello.
Yeah, Ronnie, go ahead, Ronnie.
Is it possible that because they went to Zoar instead of obeying the angels and going to the mountains, that the daughters felt like those were the only people left on earth besides them and their father? And
it could very well be.
Had they gone to the mountain to begin with, like they were told to, they would not have thought that possibly.
Yeah.
Well, if they gone to the mountains like they were told to, they wouldn't know that there was anybody else left.
Correct.
They were in Zoar, and then they left Zoar to go live in the mountains because they didn't want to be with those people.
Right.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. Can we go to Judges now?
Yeah.
I think Hope is wanting to say something. She's wondering how to put her hand up. So
okay, go ahead, Hope. You go like this.
I'm I unmuted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I unmuted. Okay. This is not relative to whether it was a sin or not, but when you breed animals, it's okay to breed the father to the daughter. You just cannot breed the sons to the mother. And I don't know what that relationship is, but it's the same. It was like when who was it that went into
Ham?
Ham. That was a sin and caused problems, but for Lot and his daughters, it was not, apparently, or seems that it may not be, and possibly that's why. You screw up the genetics when you do that. I used to raise rabbits, and it was okay to breed the father to the daughter. You just couldn't breed the sons to the mother.
Interesting. As soon as you said that, I thought of Ham, Cush, and Nimrod.
Yeah.
And Noah's wife. Okay.
Yeah, but that was breeding the son to the mother.
Also, there's in Revelations where God says that he will give Jordan a freebie from the bad guys when he's going to be attacking everybody. That's the Ammonites and
well, he's told, I think you're talking about Israel fleeing into Moab, where they're hidden for, is that what you're talking about? Eugene, you're frozen.
Well, this is Hope. Can I say something while we're in there? If I don't forget what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
I forgot.
Welcome to my problem.
Yeah.
And I do that live on stage when I'm talking in front of people. Forgot where I was going. Eugene,
Yeah.
did you did you get unfrozen or are you still froze?
Now I'm unfrozen.
Oh, I remember now.
Go
He said
ahead, Hope.
there's no good men left, but it's not about being good men. It's not good men. It's a lineage. It's all about the lineage and the line. And we know that Yeshua came from that line. And if we follow that line back, it had to stay within the lineage.
Yeah.
And so I think that's more important.
Yeah. And I believe they're trying to preserve their lineage through Lot, through Haran.
Ham didn't have that excuse.
No. No. Eugene, I don't know if we finished your thought.
No, just saying that the lineage was from right from the beginning. So if you want to call it a sin, he shouldn't have had the lineage. But since it's not a sin at that time, it continued.
I'll agree with that, but I will also throw in there, it's not a sin in our time either.
Yeah.
It's by our new moralities.
Hold on, Joe.
Hold on.
Hang on.
No.
Oh boy, here we go.
Whoa.
Here we go.
You got me lit.
Okay. Go ahead,
Wait. It's very clear in Torah, a father is not to have sexual relations with his daughter.
Of course not.
Okay, so, and your point is that this was a sin?
No, that times, there are some things I'm going to say, I do believe as a nation at Sinai, things changed. Now, we don't know, obviously there was aspects of Torah that were in place from the beginning, obviously.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't think it can be proven, and this is one of those points, to say that every single aspect of Torah was in place or understood, enforced or understood from the beginning.
Okay, so what if I said I'm the same yesterday, today, and forever, and that the Torah would be the same before as well?
Then I would say, then it's a sin. If you want to go by that, then it's a sin.
So then
I would say that from the time of Adam and Eve had a certain amount of commandments, and then Noah, they added more, and so on. But he added them only as we were failing in keeping righteousness, I guess. We were failing. We were doing things, so he had to remedy those problems, and that's how we keep getting more and more adjustments to the covenant, I guess.
Or they were added to our understanding. Yes, it's eternal for Yehovah, but they're added to our understanding when it's possible for us to keep them. Obviously, at the time of Adam and Eve, I think it's okay to say it's obvious that brothers and sisters had to intermarry. Because
no.
Okay. So, okay,
Genesis, yes.
but
There is a different explanation for that. And this is something that I have first thought as a child in third grade when I went to a Christian school and we had to read the Bible. And when we got to Genesis 2, the teacher said this was just a repeat of Genesis 1, talking about the creation of man. And it was obvious to me at that time that was not true, that Genesis 1 was the creation of man in general, and that in Genesis 2, it was the creation specific of Adam for the garden. And when you look at the Hebrew for man in those verses, one is Adam, the other one is Ha-Adam, which is the man, which is different than men. And so I've never had this issue with, they had sex with their sisters. No, they didn't. I mean, who was it that Cain went out to all those other people? They were the people that were created before Adam in the garden was created. So
yeah, I'll give you that's definitely a possibility. I don't necessarily prescribe to that, but that's just my opinion, and I could be wrong.
Well, the other alternative is that they had sex with their sisters, and if you think that God's the same yesterday, today, and always, then they didn't, because that would have been wrong. And it would have screwed up the generations. They'd be weird.
Actually, genetics wise, to be honest, I don't think it would. If just on that sake, the genetics being so pure, number one, starting off, and it takes multiple generations for that to actually get, screwed up. But anyway.
Okay, if we want to, hang on, if we want to go and read, you can read Leviticus 18, Leviticus 19. For those of you who do not know the laws of sex between family members, you can go there and study it and learn about it. And this conversation could go down a whole long road here if we start going down there today. So I think I'm going to stop and let's get into Judges and just see if we're going to, if this same subject keeps coming up. Okay?
Okay.
Unless anyone's got something really important they want to say on it.
I can say that people screw it up, yet Jehovah goes ahead with his plan. He doesn't have plan B. He goes ahead with his plan, and he works with what is there. It doesn't mean it was not a sin. Jehovah goes around and works out his plan nonetheless.
Good for you.
Okay.
Abraham married Sarah.
Okay, let's go to Judges 7 and 8. We'll never get out of here.
Okay, I have Judges 7.
Okay, who's that?
Sombra.
Go ahead, Sombra.
Early next day, Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, and all the troops with him encamped in En-Harod, while the camp of Midian was in the plain to the north of him at Gibeath Moreh. And Jehovah said to Gideon, "You have too many troops with you for me to deliver Midian into your hands. Israel might claim for themselves the glory due to me, thinking, our own hands have brought us victory. Therefore, announce to the men, let anybody who is timid and fearful turn back, as a bird flies from Mount Gilead." Thereupon 22,000 of the troops turned back, and 10,000 remained. "There are still too many troops," Jehovah said to Gideon. "Take them down to the water, and I will sift them for you there. Any one of whom I tell you, this one is to go with you, that one shall go with you. Any one of whom I tell you, this one is not to go with you, that one shall not go." So he took the troops down to the water, and then Jehovah said to Gideon, "Set apart all those who lap up the water with their tongues like a dog, from all those who get down on their knees to drink." Now those who lapped the water under their mouths by the hands numbered 300, and all the rest of the troops got down on their knees to drink. And then Jehovah said to Gideon, "I will deliver you, and I will put Midian into your hands through the 300 lappers. Let the rest of the troops go home." And so the lappers took the provisions and the horns and the other men had with them, and he sent the rest of the men of Israel back to their homes, retaining only 300 men. The Midianite camp was below him in the plain. And that night Jehovah said to him, "Come, attack the camp, for I have delivered it into your hands. And if you are afraid to attack, first go down to the camp with your attendant Purah and listen to what they say. After that, you will have the courage to attack the camp." And so he went down with his attendant Purah to the outposts of the warriors who were in the camp. And now Midian, Amalek, and all the Kedemites were spread over the plain, as thick as locusts, and their camels were countless, as numerous as the sands of the seashore. And Gideon came there just as one man was narrating a dream to another. "Listen," he was saying, "I had this dream, and there was a commotion. A loaf of barley bread was whirling through the Midianite camp. It came to a tent and struck it, and it fell, and it turned upside down, and the tent collapsed." To this, the others responded, That can only mean the sword of the Israelite Gideon, son of Joash. God is delivering Midian and the entire camp into his hands. When Gideon heard the dream told and interpreted, he bowed low. Returning to the camp of Israel, he shouted, "Come on, Jehovah has delivered the Midianite camp into your hands." He divided the 300 men into 3 columns and equipped every man with a ram's horn, an empty jar with a torch in each jar. "Watch me," he said, "and do the same. When I get to the outposts of the camp, do exactly as I do. When I and all those with me blow our horns, you too, all around the camp, will blow your horns and shout for Jehovah and for Gideon." Gideon and the 100 men with him arrived at the outposts of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, just after the sentries were posted. They sounded the horns and smashed the jars that they had with them, and the 3 columns blew their horns and broke their jars, holding the torches in their left hand and the horns for blowing in their right hands. And they shouted, "A sword for Jehovah and for Gideon!" And they remained standing where they were, surrounding the camp. But the entire camp ran out about yelling and took to flight. And for when the 300 horns were sounded, Jehovah turned every man's sword against his fellow, and throughout the camp, and the entire host fled as far as Beth Shittah and on the Zererah, as far as the outskirts of Abel Meholah near Tabbath. And now the men of Israel from Naphtali and Asher and from all the Manasseh rallied for the pursuit of the Midianites. Gideon also sent messengers all through the hill country of Ephraim with his order, "Go down ahead of the Midianites and seize their access to the water, all along the Jordan, down to Beth Barah." And so all the men of Ephraim rallied and seized the waterside down to Beth Barah by the Jordan. They pursued the Midianites and captured Midian's 2 generals, Oreb and Zeb. They killed Oreb at the rock of Oreb, and they killed Zeb at the winepress of Zeb. And they brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb from the other side of the Jordan to Gideon.
Anybody got anything they want to comment on this? Or shall we keep on reading?
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, there was 2 witnesses. 2 witnesses saw the dream. That stood out very clearly that there's always 2 witnesses to what's going on.
Well, I found it interesting that Gideon, who was just told by Jehovah to go and take the camp, also had to be told by Jehovah, "Well, if you don't believe me, go down and listen to these guys have a dream." Right? Okay, who are you talking to? You're talking to Jehovah. Okay, he said, "Go." Well, I don't know. And then
he was hesitant. Yeah, he was still hesitant, but
yeah.
But the taking that person with him, he can't argue. It's 2 witnesses.
Yeah.
We have 2 witnesses all the way through the Bible on everything that Jehovah did.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, Sambra, are you doing chapter 8? No?
I am actually.
Okay.
And the men of Ephraim said to him, "What is this you have done to us by not calling us when you went to fight with Midian?" And they contended with him sharply. And he said to them, "What have I done as compared with you? Are the gleanings of Ephraim not better than the grape harvest of Abiezer? Elohim has given into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeb. And what was I able to do as compared with you?" And when he had said that, their rage toward him subsided. And Gideon and the 300 men who were with him came to the Yarden, passing over, weary yet pursuing. And he went to the men of Succoth, "Please give us loaves of bread to the people who follow me, for they are weary, and I am pursuing Zebah and Salmunna, sovereigns of Midian." But the leaders of Succoth said, Are the hands of Zebah and Salmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your army? And Gideon said, Because of this, when Jehovah has given Zebah and Salmunna into my hand, I shall tear your flesh with the thorns of the wilderness and with briars. And he went up from there to Penuel and spoke to them in the same way. And the men of Penuel answered him as the men of Succoth had answered him. So he spoke also to the men of Penuel, saying, When I come back in peace, I shall break down this tower. And Zebah and Salmunna were at Karkor, and their armies with them, about 15,000 men, all who were left of all the army of the people of the east. Now those who had already fallen were 120,000 men who drew the sword. And Gideon went up by the way of those who dwell in tents on the east of Nobah and Yogbeha, and he struck the camp while the camp was at ease. And Zebah and Salmunna fled, and he pursued them and captured the 2 sovereigns of Midian, Zebah and Salmunna, and shuddered the entire army. And Gideon, son of Joash, returned from battle from the ascent of Heres, and captured a youth of the men of Succoth and questioned him. So the youth wrote down for him the leaders of Succoth and its elders, 77 men. And he came to the men of Succoth and said, See, Zebah and Salmunna, about whom you taunted me, saying, Are the hands of Zebah and Salmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your men who are weary? And he took the elders of the city, and thorns of the wilderness and briars, and with them he taught the men of Succoth a lesson. And he broke down the tower of Penuel and killed the men of the city. And he said to Zebah and Salmunna, How were the men whom you killed at Tabor? So they answered, They were like you. Each one looked like the son of a sovereign. And he said, They were my brothers and the sons of my mother. As Jehovah lives, if you had let them live, I would not kill you. And he said to Jether, his firstborn, Arise, kill them. But the youth would not draw his sword, for he was afraid, because he was still a youth. Then Zebah and Salmunna said, Rise yourself and fall on us, for as a man is, so is his might. So Gideon arose and killed Zebah and Salmunna, and took the crescent ornaments which were on their camels' necks. So the men of Israel said to Gideon, Rule over us, both you and your son, also your son's son, for you have saved us from the hand of Midian. But Gideon said to them, I do not rule over you, nor does my son rule over you. Jehovah does rule over you. And Gideon said to them, I have a request to make of you, that each of you give me the ring from his spoil. For they had rings of gold, because they were Ishmaelites. And they said, We shall certainly give them. And they spread out a garment, and each man threw into it a ring from his spoil. And the weight of the gold rings that he requested was 1,700 pieces of gold, besides the crescent ornaments and the pendants and purple robes which were on the sovereigns of Midian, and besides the chains that were around their camels' necks. And Gideon made it into a shoulder garment and set it up in his city, Ophrah. And all Israel went whoring after it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and to his house. Thus Midian was humbled before the children of Israel, and they lifted their heads no more. And the land had rest for 40 years in the days of Gideon. And Jerubbaal, son of Joash, went and dwelt in his own house. And Gideon had 70 sons who were his own offspring, for he had many wives. And his concubine, who was in Shechem, also bore him a son, and he gave him the name Abimelech. And Gideon, son of Joash, died at a good old age, and was buried in the burial site of Joash his father, in Ophrah of the Abizrites. And it came to be when Gideon was dead that the children of Israel again went whoring after the Baals and made Baal Berith their mighty one. Thus the children of Israel did not remember Jehovah their Elohim, who had delivered them from the hands of all their enemies round about. Nor did they show loving commitment to the house of Jerubbaal, Gideon, according to all the good which he did for Israel.
Very good. Thank you.
Jenny shall read all the passages with difficult names. She reads so beautiful. Good job, Jenny.
Rebecca, are you talking to us?
I said Jenny reads so beautifully. She should read all the passages with the difficult names. She's doing such a great job.
Yes. Thank you. So what is going on here? What is happening here that we need to be paying attention? Nobody?
Well, one of the things I noticed when we were reading the chapter 7 is that Jehovah said that he was the one that was going to be victorious over the Midianites. And, you know, when you go through this sorting process of trying to figure out who's going to go with Gideon, there was nothing other than how they drank water that gave a proof of who was valuable or useful to win this battle against the Midianites. In other words, it's not their skill. It wasn't about the Israelites. But then after the war, now they're trying to make Gideon the king. Now they're trying to see value in Gideon. Now they're trying to see value. But there was no value in the Israelites themselves. It was God who won the war.
May I? It's Glenn.
Go ahead, Glenn.
I read recently, and I don't know if it's somebody here too, could have been a post that was talking about this exact thing. And digging deeper, the way they drank was important because you're letting your guard down if you go all the way down to the water and lap it like a dog. Whereas if you're kneeling, standing, staying straight up and taking it from your hand, you're always watching around you. So these men were it was a tactic. He was choosing better men. God gave him a way to see if there were better men in the fight. I mean, that's what I've read recently. I don't know if anyone else has.
I've heard that as well, and I've been at this river where they did this up by Dan. And when you lie down in your stomach to lap up the water, your feet are above your head. When you kneel down, as you say, and cup it, you can keep an eye on everything else. So yeah, what you said makes sense. Is that the point of the story? When I'm looking in the river, if you walk in the river, you got all these little bloodsuckers there. So I don't know. So if that is the point, so what?
Have faith in God.
Okay.
Well, I just discovered something. I heard the word crescent ornaments.
Hang on, Kurt, don't go there yet. Okay.
Right. I'll hold my peace.
Anyone else about Gideon taking all the glory?
Oh, no.
Sandra.
Okay.
Well, I was interested in looking up his two different names, so that's a different subject too, so I'll abstain.
Okay, so let me let Ella go here first.
Well, just saying that, was he to take any spoils? He demanded all their gold, and with that he made something that was a snare to him that the people began to look to, made an ephod. So that was a snare unto him and to his house. But it doesn't say here how it, was the snare for him. But it wasn't a good thing that he did.
Well, I don't think he was told he couldn't take the spoils. They generally took the spoils in every battle unless Jehovah said not to, right?
Yeah.
Wilson, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I have a question that I do not have the answer to, and I was hoping someone here might have some insight. I'm seeing a connection here, and I'm just wondering, so Gideon in this dream, he is a loaf of bread, right? Okay. Then you see he's pursuing these other two kings, and he goes to at Sukkot and also Peniel, and this whole argument dispute is that they wouldn't give him bread. So now, to me, I don't know. It just seems like, well, what's the connection here? There seems like I don't believe in coincidences, and so, are you following me?
Yeah, I like where you're going with this. So let me ask the question, and I haven't forgot about you, Kurt. So just hold on. But let me ask the question: is these two places of Sukkot and Peniel, where are they? Are they part of Israel, or are they, like, I have never checked that. So that would be my question.
I don't know. I was wondering that as well.
So I had a question of why is Sukkot where the men were taught a lesson, like they got a whooping, but the other city got killed. The men got killed. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, it has something to do with the tower, and I'm not sure. I don't. It depends. Okay, so Randall, if I got you ticked off, and you say, "Well, I'm going to come back and punch you," and then you go down to Randy, and Randy gets you really mad because now you're already hot, and your anger just escalates. Is that what's going on here?
Would it also be something to do with when you're taking an army somewhere, that the people of the city that you ask for bread, they're supposed to pay you?
Well, okay, so yeah, that's sort of what's going on. But hang on, your city has now been dominated by these other two kings of Midian, and you start feeding the enemy here, who's Gideon, and Gideon loses. These guys are going to come back and wipe you out. So these two cities are in a predicament here. They don't know what Jehovah is doing. They don't know who to support here, because whoever they support, if it's the wrong ones, they're going to get killed. So Gideon could have gone and lost the battle. Then these other guys would have come back and rewarded these cities for having not given them bread.
Yep, understand.
Right. So these are precarious times here. Like, you don't know exactly what's going on unless you're following Torah.
I think that I think in this case, these two cities didn't show proper respect to Gideon, who is the leader of the Israeli army, going after the enemies of Israel.
He's not the leader of the Israeli army. He's only the leader of the his tribe, because the other tribes got mad at him for going without him.
I also felt that when the tribe of Ephraim protested about their role, that Gideon showed great wisdom. He gave a soft answer, and their anger subsided. But these people, leaders from Sukkot and from Zeba, they were emphatic they weren't going to help him, and they were categoric in their refusal.
If somebody could find out where those two cities are, I think I'd like to know that answer. Where are those two cities, and what are they part of the tribe?
Sukkot was a city where Jacob rested. It is the first city that even the children of Israel, when they came out of the land, that's the first city they came to, Sukkot. And
By Gilgal?
Not Gilgal, no. When they came out of the land, they came to the city of Sukkot. Is that not so?
In Egypt?
But just across the border from Egypt.
Well, no, that was still in Egypt. That was part of Egypt. So is this the same Sukkot? Is that what you're saying? That's like Egypt's a long way from Jordan.
Genesis 33, verse 17.
Sorry,
go ahead, read it, Michelle.
And Jacob set out to Sukkot to build himself a house and made booths for his livestock. That is why the name of the place is called Sukkot. That was after he met Esau.
So that's down in the Jordan Valley somewhere.
There's two places.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so where's the other one?
Actually, Joe, in the Strong's, just when I hover over on my eSword, it says there's 4 places in scriptures, 3 in, they're saying Palestine, and 1 in Egypt that are by that name.
Okay.
Right.
So where do you have Penuel?
Stuart has Penuel. It says in the Hebrew Bible, Penuel is a place not far from Sukkot on the east side of the Jordan River and south of the river Yabok. It is also called Peniel, which means face of God, by Jacob. It is because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared.
Yes, Penuel, that's right. Now I remember. Okay, so Penuel is in Moab. It's not an Israelite city. So these are Moabites, and Sukkot, if Sukkot is on the east side, it could also be a Moabite city. So these are 2 Moabite cities. They don't, there's no Israelites involved in this, and they don't know who's going to be their Lord and Master, whether Gideon is going to be or these other 2 guys at the end of the day.
Yeah, and give a reason for them doubting this is that the Midianite army was like 100 times greater than Gideon's army. So,
yeah,
as you said, they weren't sure who was going to win.
That's right. And you only got 300 guys. They got 1,000. Come on, we're not giving you any bread.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Jim. I have a footnote in the Stones Tanakh. It says that Gideon only killed those who attacked him when he began to raise the tower. So that might be a reason. And then in 14, it said, aware that the entire community was not responsible for the attitude of some leaders, Gideon seized one of the citizens to ascertain the identity of the guilty parties. And those are the ones he whipped with the briars.
Very good. Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah.
Sombra, you've had your hand up for a bit. Did you want to comment on this?
I just wanted to talk about Gideon's 2 names.
Okay.
So his first name, Yerubbaal, means Jehovah contends or Baal contends. It's from Rib, which means to contend, and Baal, or to be Lord. And then Gideon's name means hewer down or cutter off. And God chose Gideon, and that's why wasn't it Gideon that had to make the fleece, because he needed to know that it was really God speaking to him.
He's the doubting Thomas of the time.
Yeah, and so it's no wonder he was afraid, and God said, well, if you're afraid, take your buddy with you.
Well, hang on.
So that you've got.
Don't all of you and me do the same thing? We throw up a prayer. We throw up a prayer and we wait to see if if the door is wet or the door is dry. Is my hair going to be all on one side in the morning, or is it going to be perfect when I get up out of bed? Right? We put these things out all the time, or we're no different.
Absolutely. I hesitate.
Okay. Are you done?
Yeah, I just wanted to share that.
Kevin, you had your hand up for a bit. Do you still want to say something, or is it Nancy?
No, it's Kevin. I'm still trying to form my opinion here. I kind of went back to what Wilson was saying, Gideon being the bread and why barley, as almost a, first fruits offering of the barley. I saw echoes of trumpets and even, sifting the wheat and the tares. I haven't pulled it all together yet, but these other ones withholding their bread if they're not part of Israel, I don't know how that fits.
Yeah. So just my 2 cents, not that, I'm not the authority on this at all. I just think this is an interesting story. And that, there are some people trying to make sermons and write books on it. I just see it as an interesting story at Jehovah doing a miracle with 300 men versus what, 3,000, whatever it was he had before.
Yeah.
That, that's just my, okay, I'll up it to a nickel's worth of information, but it's, you may want to get your money back. Stephen, you got your hand up?
Yeah. I noticed something which is perhaps significant. Well, it's significant to me. It's interesting to me because it mentions crescent ornaments.
Okay,
Now,
hang on, stop, hang on. Because I told Kurt to stop, because that's okay. If there's nothing else about anything else, that's where we're now going to go. So let me give first shot to Kurt, and then I'm going to come back to you.
Okay.
This is something I want to point out.
Before you go to them, though, it's interesting how Gideon thought little of himself before Jehovah came to his aid. And then after his victory, he got a little puffed up in his own importance.
Are you thinking, Ronnie, that that's why the pendants and the earrings were part of his problem?
Probably so. He threw Jehovah aside because he got all caught up in his own self-importance. So
He also had many wives.
He what?
He had many wives too, is I picked out of that whole thing. It says he, and there's a character issue there, I think, through the whole Bible about that.
Well, there's many wives who usually signify that you think you're important because you can afford them. Or like a king, right?
Yes, good point.
Yes. And they bring in their idols.
Well, he really
Let's
was.
Don't blame it all on the women. Don't blame it all on the women. He had his own mind.
Yeah. Wilson, what were you saying?
Well, just that, he really was as a king. This was a period of judges, but, as far as.
Was he king over all of Israel, or was he just king over his section?
No, right, of course. But I'm just saying, as far as the wives aspect, that's something we see with the kings all throughout.
Okay.
And that seems selfish. You need that many wives? You got a selfish attitude.
I think if we go the wives route, we're going to get into a whole nother conversation.
You guys just want to get back to Leviticus 19, don't you? I can just see it. Maybe that's the theme. Okay, let's, Kurt, go ahead. What were you going to say here about these things? Okay. We're talking about verse 21.
I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot about that, but just to answer, I did find Penuel and Sukkot. It's Penuel is right on the south. It's on the Jabbok Canyon, just east of the Jordan. Maybe, I don't know, I'm going to say like no more than 5 miles.
South of the Jabbok River?
On the south shore of
So that's Jabbok. Moab. It's Moab then.
Okay. So approximately halfway between the Dead Sea and Galilee.
And Sukkot is north of that?
No, it's down in the plain of the Jordan. It's basically along the Jabbok also, just down the hill closer to the Jordan.
So that would also be in Moab.
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
My comment about the crescent ornaments. The word crescent is not in the text. It's added.
Hang on. Well, now I got to double check that because it's not in my King James Bible.
It's not in the old King James.
I'm in the modern King James, so I'm going to Judges 8.
And
I'm going to eSword 21.
It is in the modern, but it seems to be an added word, which can totally throw things off, because when I hear crescent ornaments, my brain starts saying like.
Okay, so you're right. In my modern King James, I do not have crescent ornaments. I just have ornaments. So now I'm just going to do a word search. Whoops, wrong one.
What verse are we talking about?
Judges 8:21. So ornaments is 7720. Here we go. Look up 7720 there, Kurt. Saharon, a moon crescent, and as an ornament. Okay.
It's also mentioned in verse 26.
Yes.
Crescent ornaments.
A round pendant for the neck, an ornament round tire like the moon. Round tire like the moon. What's that mean? Round tire like the moon.
That would be a full one, you know, maybe
Okay.
the whole thing, not just the crescent.
Okay, and then the other word here is 5469 sahar, roundness, masculine. Sahar, you mean roundness. Okay, that doesn't help me much other than being round. So they are crescent-shaped ornaments by the definition of the word ornament itself. So is that, Kurt, what else you got? Is that it?
Well, that's really it. I could tell a bit of a connection between Islam and the Catholic Church with that ornament, but other than that, I don't have anything.
Okay, well, let's, Steve, what were you going to say about this? Stephen?
Well, it predates Islam by about 1500 or so years.
But these are Midianites and people.
Yeah, Midianites, which are Arabs, basically. They're descended from Ishmael,
Mm-hmm.
the Midianites, and
the Midianites are not descended from Ishmael.
no,
No, the Midianites were the. Hang on.
I thought they were.
You know, excuse me. I think you're right. I got to correct myself. Yes, I was going to say they're the from Moses' time, but no, they were before that too. Okay, sorry. Carry on, sir.
Well, I think it's rather interesting that the symbol of Islam today, which is the crescent moon, was a symbol in ancient times, about 1500 years before Islam was founded.
Okay. So.
Nothing new under the sun, is there?
So here's where I was going. This is the argument that I've had, is that because of this verse in 21 and 26, these moon-shaped ornaments are evil, they're bad, therefore we should not be going by the crescent moon.
Oh, no, forget that.
No, hang on, that's what people say.
Oh,
so,
dear. Well, I mean.
What do we do now?
We do what we do, and what we do is follow Torah.
Well, we should go by the full moon.
No,
the full moon's also mentioned here, but they don't say that.
No. The Torah tells us to go by the crescent moon, the new moon.
Yes.
Joseph, these crescents are merely the neck bands around the camel's necks. They're not ornaments that the people were wearing. Perhaps they were putting their hope and faith in the strength of their camels. But these were merely ornaments that were around the camel's neck. And it would be in a crescent form because it's rounded.
Okay, so hang on. Stombra has a picture up here. If anyone wants to pin her so you can see it, and you go to the three little dots on her and you hit pin, and you can get she comes up full screen. Okay. Now, Sombra, where's that picture from and what is it? How do you know that's what we're talking about? You have to unmute yourself.
I don't know that that's necessarily what we're talking about, but that would be a crescent garland for around a camel's neck. There was another one here. But we generally
turn it sideways. The light's reflecting on it.
Hold on. Sorry, I got to get it the right place.
Tilt it up or down.
Yes. Yes.
There we go. Move it over. Yeah,
there we go. When we think of a crescent, we think of, a vertical crescent, like this way. But this crescent seems to go around the top of the neck of the camel.
Well, the
But there's-
argument is that because they use a crescent moon as a ornament for their camels, that this is an evil thing and we should not be going by the crescent moon to start the month.
Yeah, that's being ridiculous. See, that goes
Oh, yeah,
around the bottom of the camel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I can throw in here, the word for ornament is 5716, or one of them anyways, ornaments. It's from 5710. It says trappings, finery, generally an outfit, specifically a headstall.
Are you going with Klein's? Are you in Klein's? Is that what you're reading from?
This is Strong's
Okay,
dictionary. It's not the concordance, but it kind of compiles the words differently. So when it says headstall, well, that's a headstall of a horse. That's a bridle. You can see how they would decorate a bridle, Well, just my 2 cents.
Hey, Joe.
I wonder if it's like the ring that they put on a bull's nose to stop him from running. I wonder if this band on the chest of the camel would stop the camel from running as well.
That's what I'm thinking, maybe, Sombra, because I'm looking at the paleo in this, and it says there's a lot here, but it has quote turn the head, the turning of the head to another direction. So it's kind of going along those lines from what I'm looking at.
It was like a bit in a horse.
Right.
It would be considered a harness.
What was that?
It would be considered a harness around the camel's neck.
A harness. Okay. I'm just listening because you guys are coming up with some good stuff, but I'm still trying to,
So if Gideon is taking these things from the camels, that means therefore that, was it Ziba and Zalmunna, they could no longer control their camels. And if you can no longer control your camel, then you can't have an economy.
Well,
And
those two guys aren't going to be controlling their camels anyways because they got no heads to attach to their bodies.
Right. But I'm talking about the symbolism of taking away that control over the camel. If this essentially is like the bit in a horse or the rudder in a ship, you can't direct the ship anymore. You can't have an economy. It's destroying their economy.
It destroys their control.
I think that if you destroyed their army, you're going to destroy their economy too. But is this a mechanism for controlling the camel, which I think is what Sombra and Wilson are saying? And I don't know. Wilson, did you have more on that, or?
No, I'm just reading. I mean, I'm not actually saying it is, but I'm saying it looks like there is that argument when you look at the Paleo Hebrew, which I am no expert. I'm just reading that it's describes something as a harness to turn the head.
Has it got anything to do with looking for the crescent moon to begin the month?
No, zero. Irrelevant.
Okay, so I'm singing to the choir here. Where's the guys that believe that it does?
They're recovering. They're recovering from Christmas.
Okay, so what I'm bringing that up. The reason I want to bring that, Sarkis, go ahead, sir.
I think it has to do with worshiping other gods, because that symbolism relates to the god of moon god from Babylon, and there's a historical facts that. Oh,
hang on, wait, just hang on. We are talking about the Book of Judges. Babylon is not really a nation yet to be contended with.
Okay, Nimrod.
Nimrod, okay.
Okay, when Jehovah dispersed the people, most people took their gods with them to different regions, and the moon, one of the gods, the moon gods, traveled to the Arabian Peninsula, and that's what they called Hajj. It means it's the a migration. It's the travel to do homage to the worship of gods, and that's what it means. And I think a few weeks ago I shared a website to show you where the source comes from, and there are archaeological facts about that. And it's important to understand every god, to adjust to the cultures, they changed sometimes their names, but the symbolism is still there. And we have to recognize that.
Okay, so let me add a little bit here, because I think you're on to something. Who's the there's man, there goes my brain. Who's the god of Egypt? The bull, the cow, who has the two horns on her head?
Is it Horus?
Hathor.
Hathor. Right? So what god is Israel worshiping when they come out of the Exodus? Hathor. The calf, right? The golden altar. This goes all the way back to Nimrod. Who is the Hathor? It's not Nimrod. Who is it? The one that has the horns on there that look like the crescent of a moon upside down, or a crescent of a moon that's like this?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Is that Isis?
Isis? Yeah, that's right.
Ishtar.
Who is it? Who is it?
Ishtar.
Ishtar. Who is it? Noah's wife. Semiramis. Right? Horus.
I've heard
No,
name
not
is
Moloch. Sorry, Sambra?
I've heard that her name is Ne'ama, and she is like an Ishmaelite, I think.
I'm not sure. So
Stefan in the as he was in the glory, he spoke about Molech and the star of Rephan.
Yes, that's
Could
correct.
it be? Could it be those two?
Well, it's not those two. Molech is Nimrod or Ham or Cush, and Rephan is Horus, or not Horus, Isis, or Hathor, or Semiramis, right? So who is the one that is promoting the religion? Who's the god of heaven or queen of heaven?
Semiramis.
Semiramis. So should we, so now hang on, here's the question again. Should we be using the crescent moon, the god of Hathor, the bull, to begin our months?
We aren't.
Okay.
We aren't.
What am I saying when I ask that? What am I implying?
The crescent moon was from the beginning, and it has been corrupted by Hasatan and used in other things, just as many things, righteous things, have been.
So when I ask that question, what I'm implying, or the person who asked that question is implying that we are worshiping the moon. And that's not what we're doing at all.
No.
This is why I'm pushing this issue. This is where it comes from. Because people read the scriptures and they don't read it properly. And then they try and associate, what would they call them? Torah terrorists? We learn just enough Hebrew or Torah to terrorize everybody else. But we don't know what we don't know. Victoria, go ahead.
I just want to ask if we can deny the crescent moon being connected to evil. Is it fair then to say that using the cross is connected to evil?
Say your question again.
Oh, sorry. I want to know if there's this debate now about the crescent moon or that symbol not being connected to evil, if we use the crescent moon. But you also taught that we shouldn't use the sign of the cross or an ornament of a cross, because that is pagan. Isn't it sort of going against each other?
Or it's connected to each other. So here's what you're getting at what I'm trying to dig out of this. Don't just let me go to Sarkis and Kurt, because I want to come back to what you just said. Don't let me forget that. Sarkis, go ahead.
Okay, when we celebrating the new moon, it's at the beginning of the moon cycle versus the crescent that we see is the end of the cycle of the moon. There's a difference there.
No, because at some time it's the Feast of Trumpets or it's the Passover. I forget which one, but the moon is like that, got that U shape because it's directly over top of the sun, right?
Yeah, but that's not typically if you're looking on a monthly basis.
Yes, on a monthly basis, I agree with you, but there's a couple there that they're shaped like a U.
Yeah. On the other hand, we're not to keep any symbols that represent anything from creation. Remember the second commandment, it tells us not to. And those who do it, any symbol that represent gods or Jehovah himself, it's worshiping idols. So he doesn't want us to represent him or anything else that's made in heavens, on earth, or beneath the earth. And so that goes against the second commandment.
Okay.
That's my.
Thank you. Kurt, go ahead.
Okay. Most of the time the moon, I guess it looks like this. I have seen it perfectly like that only once, with the crescent underneath. It's a rare, but I have seen it. It was quite something to actually see that. But you mentioned the bull, and I wanted to share something with you and with everybody else, really. So I'm a bricklayer, stonemason. I go to start a new job at a company in Regina, Saskatchewan. I go into the office, I sit down, you're going to sign some papers and, get hired. On the wall is pictures of a job that they did. It was the Mormon temple that was built in Regina, Saskatchewan. In one of the photographs, they had the baptismal tank, great, huge, single piece stone, fabulous piece of work as far as a stone work, right? The bowl, the baptismal tank, was held up by 3 carved bulls. Beautifully done, of course, but the whole tank is held up by bulls. And looking down into the water, so the very first thing you see when you come out of the water is a golden calf's head. I saw it. So they're directly connected to Baal.
Well, hang on, I'm not trying to defend them, but Solomon built his giant bath on, I think, 12 bulls.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right? Okay, so I don't know about looking at the golden head when you come out. I'm not going to defend that, but I know Solomon built his bath on top of 12 bulls.
Okay. Well, I guess I can't analyze it. I just know what I saw, and just wanted to share that.
Okay. Okay, Victoria, I got you on wait. Let's go with Wilson.
So, Joe, this may go somewhere you don't want to, so please.
Well, hang on. Before we get too, I want to try and finish this up. Are you going to leave me away?
I don't think so. I hope it's tied in with what Kurt just said and what you just said. And Sarkis had mentioned, and I'm not trying to step on any toes. I see this myself. I see things different. Okay. The second commandment for me, when I look at that, and I personally have looked at it in depth, I see it as an issue when you begin to worship these things, to make something carved in order to worship. You can't take part of the commandment. You can't, cut off the last few words. So what's the point when I see that is to worship. I mean, we see Moses, right? He made snakes and put them on a pole. Was that evil? No, he was commanded to do it. We see all this symbolism in the temple, carved angels, carved men, commanded all through. And all of this is not a problem until people begin to worship the item and not worship Yehovah.
Okay, so Wilson, getting back to what Victoria did before we get too far gone from that,
Yep.
what she said, is
Yep.
the cross evil?
So here's the thing. I would say go on that one. I would say go with your conviction, because I could argue that it is the tav, the Aleph tav, that it is the tav, it is the mark, the strong sign, and Yehovah died on that. And yes, it was evil. The Romans, it was their, correct me if I'm wrong, their symbolism for Mithra, the worship that they did. That being said, we were delivered by the work on the cross.
So when did the serpent on the cross or on the stake that Moses made, when did that become evil?
When they began to worship it, and Hezekiah destroyed it because of that.
So when we genuflect in the Catholic Church, when we genuflect or bow down before we get in our pew, we're bowing down to the cross at the front of the church. Are we worshiping that cross?
Well, see, for me, I'm not as tied up in that, only because I've never been Catholic. I've been in a few times for funerals and stuff, so I'm really not familiar with a lot of the stuff. I read it, and yeah, I don't think that's a good thing. And so if people, like, if there's this memory for them, or like this thing where they're bowing and they were worshiping it, yeah, maybe it's a snare for them. Just like we just read. Okay, this is a perfect example. Gideon is making a ritual vest in and of itself sin? I don't believe so. If you had the correct Levite, the Cohen wearing it, it can be a good, righteous thing. But it became a snare for Gideon and his family because people began to worship.
Thank you, Wilson. Spot on. Perfect. Nice the way you tied that together. Victoria, come on back here. Does that help you answer that, or have you got another question?
No, I don't have a question. I was about to raise the second commandment as well, that it says that we are not to bow down and worship the item that we made, whether it is from heaven or from earth. And as far as the cross goes, well, I'm not Catholic either, but do they really bend the knee to the cross or to the God of the universe that they proclaim to serve?
Well,
like
they're
the
both there at the
curtsy
front.
in front of the Queen.
Well, they're both there, and we do that. It's not a curtsy. It's not that at all. It's part of our worship. When I was Catholic, it was part of our worship. And we prayed to Mary, and we prayed to Joseph, and we prayed to that guy hanging on the cross. So, yeah.
Yeah, but Joe, don't you? I really think that we're going a bit far out with attaching evil meanings to everything around us. I mean, the rainbow, you can't use, your kids can't color it anymore because it symbolizes gay people. You can't wear a cross, or you can't have a cross in your house because that is some evil pagan symbolism. It really, it feels to me as if we are going overboard.
Well, let me say this: when Paul said if it's going to offend your brother if you eat meat, he said don't eat the meat, right? By having a crucifix in your house, there is strong symbolism to that object to worship a God that did away with the 10 Commandments. So, I got rid of all mine, and my wife went and dug them out of the garbage.
Wait. Now, you said to worship. If I have a crucifix in my house, it symbolizes that I serve a God that did away with the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, because, where's the crucifix come from? It comes from the Catholic Church.
No, man, it comes from Golgotha.
Who?
It comes from Golgotha. There were 3 crosses on which 3 people were crucified. And that
Okay.
is where that symbolism comes from. And you have showed pictures where the cross was scratched into stone.
Yeah, Victoria, let's go to, I need help here, people. In the book of Acts and in various other of the Gospels or the epistles, where it said that the Yeshua was hung on a tree. He was never hung on a cross.
Well, that is your argument.
Tree.
No, it's not my argument. It's what the Bible says, right?
It was hung on a cursed
but
tree.
you interpret it as a tree. But the hole that was dug through which the blood seeped onto the ark.
Yes.
If you want to believe that. That was a square hole. There wasn't a tree planted in it. That was a crossbar that was planted in that square hole. They were holes used for crosses for all the crucifixions.
Okay, but we don't have anything in the scriptures that say there was a square hole there. What we have is that he was hung on a tree.
Joe?
But we have history.
Acts 10:39.
Acts 10:39.
So
Wilson, sorry.
Well, so just like in with Hebrew, right? Etz can mean a branch, it can mean a stick, it can mean a tree, right? I mean, so you could say hung on a tree, which is, yes, a beam is a tree. That's what it came from. It's wood. And I would say we have historical evidence that the Romans hung people on crosses. That was very common. So I guess I'm not sure what the argument is here, to be honest.
Well, hang on. Before, is the cross a symbol of evil? I'm saying it reflects a God that
I agree
that we should not be worshiping.
I agree.
And when we go back to the Bible, it says, and I thought somebody said 10:33. I don't see it there. Did I get the right verse?
Oh, 10:39, I believe.
10:39.
Yes.
And we are witnesses of all the things which he did, both the land of the Jews and in Jerusalem, whom they killed by hanging on a tree. Now, the reason that's important is because it says in Leviticus, you shall not leave a man to hang on a tree overnight. What's the reason for? There's no commandment to hang a man on a tree, yet there is a commandment to not leave him hanging on a tree overnight, which is why they had to get Yeshua down off the tree before sunset, right? So it's important that we understand some of these little things so that we don't get drawn into other things that maybe are not exactly right. But if the crucifix is a big deal, then I would look at these ornaments back here in Gideon's day. I would look at the snake that Moses made, and I would say, if they were that big a deal to them at that time, and Moses or Hezekiah thought that it was worthy to tear down that serpent that Moses made, that God told him to make, then maybe these crucifixes that we're putting a lot of faith in right now, maybe we ought to remove them and not get in the way of talking to Jehovah.
Listen, I got rid of my crosses, and I had a beautiful collection, and I don't regret it. What I'm asking is if we are not attaching meanings to things that they do not really have.
Well, again, we're referring back to what Gideon did with the ornaments and the ephod, and what happened to the people of Israel with the serpent on a pole that Moses was told to make by God. The people applied meaning to it that they shouldn't have done. And to take away the people from doing that, these things were destroyed.
May I interrupt?
Hang on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay, go ahead, Ronnie.
The cross, as it's called, predates the time of the Romans because it was a T for the god Tammuz, who was worshipped. And then it was taken into by the Romans as a means of torture and death of people. And Tammuz was believed to be the resurrection of Nimrod.
The sun god.
We have pictures of the gods of Baal and the gods of Tammuz wearing these crosses, which predate Christianity by hundreds and thousands of years. So, okay, let's get back here. Glenn, you're first up. What did you want to say, sir?
Well, we're still on the same vein. That's what I'm talking about. You know, it says have no image, and that's the first part. Second part, don't worship it. But as soon as you take an image and you start giving it homage, even if it's for a symbol of the underlying meaning, you cross the line. So, you know, I see.
If I'm worshiping my brand new car.
Yes, bang, spot on image. I see people do that all the time. They're in love with their car more than in love with anything else.
Okay.
So, yeah, so any image that can happen. So Israel is not a nation of any sign, even the menorah. Okay, historically it was, and many others. But our sign is the Sabbath, and it's an action. So that's what separates us from all the rest. We don't have a sign. We may in the future as a banner, as when we get organized enough, God is going to have us have a banner for whatever that is. I have no idea, but
banner of Jehovah.
Yes, I don't see I see in historically sometimes a menorah is used to delineate the Torah observant people or the Jews. I don't agree that that's a sign that as in branch or Nazarene, which is what we are, be that symbol. It's not a symbol. We shouldn't be using a symbol or an image. That's what I get out of that second commandment. For your information. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Collier, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Joe, as you said, it's a sign. And if we twist it, which is what the Bible says that we do with the Torah, and we've twisted it and turned it, then we make it into something that we bow down and worship. And we do that for the Christmas tree. Everybody bows down and puts a present underneath it, bows down to pick it up again. We don't realize we're doing it, but every year we love decorating the Christmas trees. Some people want to hug their Christmas trees.
Oh, Paul, you're putting that we pretty general there.
Well, I've heard that 90% of the world wants Christmas rather than Jehovah.
Yeah.
You know, the stars in the heaven are set as a sign. They're not to be worshipped. They are to tell a story, not to then make your way of living follow the star. Your way of living follows Jehovah, who made the star to tell you the story about how you are to live and to honor him above the star. Is this not where reverence to Jehovah comes in above the reverence of his creation?
Okay, Sarkis, you're up next. I've just got some notes here. There's stuff happening. Go ahead, Sarkis.
Okay. All right. One of the things is we live in the West. We don't have exposure to worshiping other gods because we're not involved in many cultures. Even though we have a lot of culture, a lot of people from different cultures have moved to the West, we're still oblivious to it. And the reason for that is because when you go to a Catholic church and you see the 10 Commandments, do you see any commandment missing? Most people think they see 10 commandments there. They're actually 10, but they are not the biblical 10. There's one that's missing, and that's number 2. And they've taken number 10 and divided it into 2. Thou shalt not covet. And there's a reason why they did that, because all of a sudden, if number 2 is there, people have to deal with the concept of thou shalt not make images. And there are lots of images in the church, including the cross. And so that's one issue. The other thing is, in different cultures, they always use symbolism of God of protection. You will see symbols of the evil eye. You'll see the symbols of the moon. You will see the symbols of stars. You will see the symbols of the sun. And there are many, many other symbols. The question becomes here, if other nations, other cultures are doing, why are we trying to imitate them? Didn't Jehovah told us not to do? Not to follow when you enter the land, do not keep the same worship that the other people have worshipped, the land worship, nor their gods or their religion or their culture or whatever they have. And so the cross by itself, the symbol, if we don't know the history of it, then we end up doing the same thing that we celebrate Christmas. In the United States, Christmas wasn't official Christmas until 150 years ago. It was done by the President Ulysses and declared as a federal government, as a federal holiday. But a few years before that, it was illegal to celebrate Christmas in New England because of the Puritan and the Pilgrims at the time. They did not celebrate and they did not allow it. And until this nation was overwhelmed by the migrants who were Catholics and brought in their religious cultures with them.
It was the Germans. It was those German people.
Yeah.
And what year? What year was this? What year was this legalized again? I want to say 1811.
150 years ago, 1870.
1870. Okay.
Yep. Now, the other thing is, we stopped celebrating Christmas when somebody showed us Jeremiah 10, how they go and cut the trees down, and they support it by wood, nail the wood on the bottom of the base, support it, and then decorate it with gold and silver and everything. When I read that, my wife and I looked at each other and said, we are not doing that. So we got rid of Christmas tree. But then we started evaluating Christmas and we said, we are celebrating the birthday of the Messiah, the wrong day. And for whose birthday? Nimrod's birthday, the sun god. So we kind of like, you got to go back and study history, and people do not want to change. They don't want to know the facts because they don't want to change.
Yeah, change is hard because you got to, nobody likes change. You're right.
Yeah,
and we lose friends. They blame you for it, Sarkis. They blame you for it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you lose friends and family over it. You have arguments, and you try to explain, look, here's what I learned. Go back in history and look at it, and then you could show them historically, Nimrod and all the other who worship other gods. They had the tree there, the Christmas tree. They had the baby infant as worship. I mean, you go on and on.
Well, the baby infant, I believe, was Canaan in the mother's arm of Semiramis.
So people are not willing to check history. And you ask them, well, what about 150 years ago, 200 years ago? Did we celebrate Christmas? No. And what made Christmas popular is Coca-Cola 100 years ago when they promoted Santa Claus to sell their Coke.
It's all about commercialism. I want to come back to something that's said here in the chat. And I wasn't going to go down here, but it seems that, we are. So today is the day we're going to do this stuff. So I didn't want to talk too much about the cross, but Rebecca said that the cross was a beam that was carried by Yeshua. And, that was the way she's right. So they used to carry a beam of wood on your back that went across. So in Jewish mythology, there's a couple things that you need to keep in mind. Why did Yeshua curse the fig tree? I think it was on the Monday, he cursed Monday, he cursed the fig tree. On Tuesday, the fig tree's gone. Why did he do that? It's just a fig tree. And if you've been to Israel, there's no figs on fig trees at Passover time.
Could it be that in the garden they hide under the fig tree leaves? Could it be?
Well, it goes back to the Garden of Eden that yes, they hid under the. So what did they do when Adam and Eve sinned? The first thing they did was they covered themselves up, and they covered themselves up with a fig tree leaf because they're big leaves, right? Okay, I'm not, but that's what they did. So they picked the fruit, they realized they sinned, and it wasn't an apple because they didn't cover themselves in apple tree leaves, they covered themselves in fig tree leaves. They didn't go run to another tree, they took from the same tree, they took the fruit on. So again, this is mythology, we can't prove it. What is the tree of life represented of? The tree of life, the menorah, Aaron's rod, is an almond tree. So there's symbolism here in these things coming from the Garden of Eden. Yeshua cursed the fig tree because it represents the tree upon which Adam and Eve sinned, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's what the fig tree represents. The tree of life is represented by the almond tree, which is what the menorah is made to look like, which is what came to life inside the ark with Aaron's rod. It was an almond staff. Yeshua was hung, his hands were nailed to this piece of wood that went across, like a 2x10 or a 2x8 piece of wood that he carried. Each of the other guys carried their own piece of wood that went across, and then they put it up in the almond tree, and they nailed the wood to the two branches on either side. And in the same almond tree was the other thief facing this way, and the other thief facing that way, so that all three of them are hanging in the same tree. There's not three crosses. It's a tree, one tree. And when they were throwing stones at Yeshua, they would miss and hit the other two thieves. And that's why the one guy was cursing them. This is why Yeshua cursed the fig tree, because of its symbolism. Not because the fig tree was a bad tree, not because the fig tree was evil. It represented something. It represented the tree of knowledge of good and evil from the Garden of Eden. And he was hung, did not want to get hung on that tree. He wanted to get hung on the almond tree, which represented the tree of life. So that's that little bit. So now, in the, and we got a number of spots in the New Testament where it says he was hung on a tree. And then Hope says, comments about the Star of David. Now I'm not going to read all of it, and I'm scroll back up here. So is the Star of David a symbol that we should be, the people worship? Do they worship it? That's another question. Do they worship it at all? Should we have the Star of David, the Megan cross, as a necklace around our neck? And if we can we also have a crucifix? Is there any difference? What is the answer to that? Or if it's not, can we have a menorah? Now I have a little menorah on my desk, but I've never bowed down to it. I've never prayed to it. I've never looked at it as a symbol. It's just a souvenir I got from Israel to remind me of Israel. Glenn.
Again, no. The Star of David is two inverted triangles, one inside the other.
Come on, I'm going to argue the other way. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so you say no, it's not. But you know what? Even if you don't believe it.
No, hang on, Glenn. I'm arguing because there are people out there who are going to argue this way. So I'm arguing with you about that, okay? So present your case. Prove me that I'm wrong in what I'm saying, that it's not two inverted stars or two inverted triangles.
The specifics of it?
No, but okay, so like if that's going to be your proof, I'm going to just say no.
No, I can prove it. I absolutely can prove it. You just have to. I can't do it here, but absolutely, you can pull it up and you can see that's what it is. You can see two.
Okay, it represents triangles, earth, fire, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it comes from ancient mythology. Okay.
Yep, and same thing with the target. Target has a symbol. What's target's symbol? It's a circle with a dot in it. What is that? That's the same thing as the what the symbol of the Christmas tree is and the wreath. Both female and male parts, one inside the other in that particular case.
Oh well, I never knew
They're
that
everywhere. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. Look at the Chrome symbol on your computer. That has a symbol to Freemasonry and stuff like that. There's so many. They live in that world. The occult, which means hidden, is all over the place. That's why it's called a mystery religion. We don't know it because you got to be initiated to know it, and that's how they communicate with each other.
Okay, without going down this road of all this other stuff, let's just focus on the Meg and David symbol for now. Okay.
Yeah. I got you.
Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I think we're going into the trap of dealing with symbolism.
Well, hang on. It's not a trap, because this is what we're talking about in Judges here with the moon star or moon symbol on the camels and worshiping it and it becoming an ephod. It's connected, and that's why I'm pursuing this a little bit more than I should.
Okay. The point here is what Gideon was dealing with. He recognized that their protection based on the moon god, and he was taking their moon god away from them to show them he is bigger. His God is bigger than theirs, and therefore he dictates how their life versus the moon god. And so when we can see it throughout the scripture that, even if you look at when what's his name from Assyria, when he was surrounding Jerusalem and wanted to destroy Sennacherib, and basically he threatened Judah, saying, look, we've conquered all these nations and all these big cities, and their gods were not a match to us, and we conquered them and we took their gods away, and we're going to do the same thing to you. And the point here is, even today, when we look at other religions, when they move from one country to another or they overcome another, they look at their God is bigger than the other people's God. And that it's a symbol of power and symbol of being able to say, we have conquered you, then you need to submit to our gods. It doesn't matter what religion, even Catholicism did this in the Crusaders. You see the same story. So we have to understand.
Can we have a Star of David as a symbol over top of our front door coming in our house?
I used to have one. I took it down.
Hang on. Sarkis, can we do that?
I don't have any symbols in my house.
No, I didn't say you. I said, can we have a Star of David as a symbol over our front door to tell everybody what our faith is?
No. And that's my personal opinion based on my understanding of the scripture. Not everybody is there they understand what's going on. The way I look at it is I tell people, you're at a different level in your walk with God, and I'm at a different level. Is mine better than yours? No. The issue here is until we come to understand the truth, and the truth does only one thing, is set us free. People will be under bondage to one kind of thinking to another. And if the world is able to persuade us to celebrate Christmas, because this is when Jesus was born and this is what we do, and I follow it, then my understanding of God and his word is not there yet. Okay. I'm still bondage. And that's where free people, they don't have symbols.
Okay, I see your hand up there, Somber. Just hang on. Hope's in front of you. Let me go with Hope first.
You can't keep eliminating everything because you personally attribute it to something. Just because the Star of David has been taken and used for evil doesn't mean that it's evil. people attribute evil to whatever they want to. And the basis of my argument is you used to be able to look at the stars, and the story of Yahweh and his creation was in the stars. How many people know that now? Very few, because when it was hijacked by evil to be now a zodiac, you don't have that story in the stars. You don't look at the Big Dipper and see the gate, the sheepfold. You don't see those things anymore because people attribute it to evil because of the zodiac using what was God's sign, using what was Yahweh's story for the entire world to see by hijacking it. So I don't think you can eliminate everything that you attribute evil to because you attribute evil to it.
Okay.
It may not be evil to somebody else.
So Hope, let me ask you, can I wear a crucifix?
Some people will look at that crucifix and they will be reminded of God because that's what they attribute it to. Some people might look at that crucifix and say, that it's evil because that's what they think it is.
Can I wear a golden calf?
I think that is up to you whether you can wear a golden calf or not.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to say, or can I go to Sombra now because she's jumping up and down just waiting to say something?
Of course.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to skip Sombra. Go ahead, Sombra.
We are commanded to wear something. Does anybody know what we're commanded to wear as a symbol? We are commanded to wear the tzitzit as a symbol. How many of us are actually doing that? I would suggest, I would hazard a guess, there's the right word, but hazard a guess that a lot of us aren't. Joe, show me your tzitzit.
They're right here in my bag beside me.
No. That's not what the commandment was to do. Where are your tzitzit, Joe?
Right here in my bag beside me.
Okay, Kurt, show me your tzitzit. Randy, show me your tzitzit. I don't see Randy. Yay!
There's Patty, or Dean, I mean.
Not Patty. What's his name? Sorry.
There's Kevin.
There's Kevin.
There's
Yes.
Randall.
Right.
Lemon Tang.
Right.
No calf, no star, just seats.
Right. So if we want to wear something to symbolize who we are, that we are Jehovah's people, we need to be wearing the tzitzit. And the purpose of wearing the tzitzit is so that we're telling other people things. What are we telling other people? We're telling other people that we are a member, a kingdom dweller. Because having that extra money for that extra piece of fabric that hangs off your clothing says that you have wealth. The fact that you have wealth and that you're wearing the symbol of the king means that you're a member of the kingdom. That's a message to the rest of the world. If you're wearing a cross, the message you're wearing to the rest of the world is that you are following the crucifixes. If you're wearing a Star of David, it is a message to the rest of the world that you are following the Star of David. The message, the purpose of wearing the symbol is not for you, it's for the rest of the world. So if you want to portray that you are a follower of the golden calf, wear a golden calf. And that's why I was freaking out. Because the point is, when you wear it, it's a message to the outside. I don't wear Nike symbol because I don't want to be advertising for Nike. I don't wear emblems on my clothing because I don't want to be advertising for these other corporations. Why do I pay for a shirt that has the corporate emblem of a company on it to walk around and advertise their product? No, thank you. If you want me to advertise your product, you pay me. I'm not paying $60 for that sweatshirt.
That would be division.
But we all need to be wearing our tzitzit.
There you go. That's fraction.
And it doesn't necessarily look like all the ones you guys have, because it only commands us to wear a blue thread on the corner.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're
well
welcome.
said, well said too. Ronnie, go ahead.
Even the Zitzits have come to be worshipped.
Oh.
Those Zitzits were told, people were told to wear the Zitzits so that they would remember Jehovah's commandments and do them. The Star of David is actually an amulet. It was used by King Solomon, not King David, as an amulet to ward off evil. Each one of those points are considered to have power in the spirit world.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to give the last shot at this before we go on to Psalms, because we still got Psalms to go through and Matthew yet. Go ahead, Randall.
I think it could boil down to anything that you have, whether it's the cross, whether it's the Star of David, whether it's a hockey stick over my door. It could be that, or a light that changes 18 different colors above my door and somebody comes and steal it and I have to rush out and go buy that bulb because I got to have it there. You're putting more into that stuff than you are Jehovah. And if I do anything, I'm like Sombra. I don't wear anything with logos or anything. If I'm going to wear anything or do anything, it's going to be a Zitzit, and pretty much that's it.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Joe, if I can just throw something in quickly about the Zitzit. Yes, it's a reminder. It is the symbol that we're told to wear. It's a reminder for me when I see it on myself, but I know myself, and it's a reminder when I see in particular a woman wearing Zitzit. It's like my first thought might be, ooh la la, right? There's a fine piece of creation. Oh, she's wearing a Zitzit. Okay, yeah, I know. Yeah, God, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I did it again. Okay, yeah, I'll cleanse my mind, you know. They're a reminder for the others around us also. Like, it's not when I see it myself, but it's when others see it, if they understand what it means, right? So,
okay, I'm going to just leave that one right there alone, and get whoever's going to read Psalm 31. We're going to read it. And again, ladies and gentlemen, what is the connection between all these different sections that we're going through, if there is one? Who's reading Psalm 31?
Wow, I've been on hold for a long time. It's hard for me to keep my mouth shut. Okay, Psalms 31. In you, O Jehovah, I have taken refuge. Let me never be ashamed. Deliver me in your righteousness. Incline your ear to me. Deliver me speedily. Be a rock of refuge to me, a house of defense to save me. For you are my rock and my stronghold. For your name's sake, lead me and guide me. Bring me out of the net which they have hidden for me, for you are my stronghold. Into your hand I commit my spirit. You have redeemed me, O Jehovah, El of truth. I have hated those who observe lying vanities, but I trust in Jehovah. I exalt in and rejoice in your loving commitment, for you have seen my affliction. You have known the distresses of my life, and you have not shut me up into the hand of the enemy. You have set my feet in a large place. Show me favor, O Jehovah, for I am in distress. My eye, my being, and my body have become old with grief, for my life is consumed in sorrow and my years in sighing. My strength fails because of my crookedness, and my bones have become old. I am a reproach among all my adversaries, but most of all among my neighbors, and a dread to my friends. Those who see me outside flee from me. I have been forgotten like someone dead from the heart. I have been like a missing vessel. For I hear the evil report of many. Fear is from all around. When they take counsel together against me, they plot to take away my life. But I have put my trust in you, O Jehovah. I have said, you are my Elohim. My times are in your hand. Deliver me from the hand of my enemies and from those who pursue me. Make your face shine upon your servant. Save me in your loving commitment. Do not let me be ashamed, O Jehovah, for I have called upon you. Let the wrong be ashamed. Let them be silenced in Sheol. Let lips of falsehood be stilled, which speak recklessly against the righteous with pride and scorn. How great is your goodness, which you have laid upon those fearing you, which you have prepared for those taking refuge in you, in sight of the sons of men. In the secrecy of your presence, you shall hide them from the plots of man. You sheltered them in a booth from the strife of tongues. Blessed be Jehovah, for he has made marvelous his loving commitment to me in a strong city. And I have said in my haste, I am cut off from before your eyes, yet you heard the voice of my prayers when I cried out to you. Love Jehovah, all you his loving committed ones, for Jehovah guards the trustworthy ones and exceedingly repays the doer of pride. Be strong and let him fortify your heart, all you who are waiting for Jehovah. 32. Blessed is those.
Just a second. Does anyone want to comment on chapter 31 before we move on?
I just like the words, you shelter them in your pavilion. That's how I feel in my talit.
Mm-hmm. Secretly. Okay, Randall, carry on.
Psalms 32. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Blessed is the man to whom Jehovah imputes no crookedness, and in whose spirit there is no deceit. When I kept silent, my bones became old, through my groaning all the day. For day and night your hand was heavy upon me. My sap has turned into the droughts of summer, Selah. I acknowledged my sin to you, and my crookedness I did not hide. I have said, I confess my transgressions to Jehovah, and you forgave the crookedness of my sin, Selah. Therefore, let every lovingly committed one pray to you while you might be found. Even in a flood of great waters, they would not reach him. You are my hiding place. You preserve me from distress. You surround me with songs of deliverance, Selah. Let me instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. Let me counsel, my eye be on you. Do not be like the horse, like the mule, with no understanding, with bit and bridle. Else they do not come near you. Many are the sorrows of the wrong, but as for the one trusting in Jehovah, loving commitment surrounds him. Be glad in Jehovah and exalt you righteous, and shout for joy, all you upright in heart.
So in both of these two sections, the thing that pops out as me is the hiding place, secret place. Verse 7 of chapter 32 and verse 20 of chapter 7. That's just my personal opinion. Anyone got anything else they want to see? What's the theme here? Where's the theme in what we've been reading so far? Is there one?
Glory to God. God. Answers come from God. God. It's all there. Jehovah.
He confessed and Father forgave.
Okay, so he covered. Okay, where's that word cover? I saw that here.
32:1.
32:1, 32:1. Whose sin is covered. And the word covered, okay. I'm just
Kippur.
Is what?
Kippur.
Kippur. And what does that word mean?
It's your covering, your atoning.
No, it is much deeper than that. Psalm 32:1. I'm trying to get my e-sword going here. 32:1.
Trusting.
So Stuart was seeing Nancy under Kevin's arm, under the shelter of his wing. She was all comfortable in there, nice and cuddled in. That's the way we should be with Yehovah.
So the word is not kafar, because if that was, I would have gone in my sermon here, but it's not. It's kasa. Okay, to cover, to conceal, to hide, to cover, to be covered, to clothe, to conceal, to cover, to cover, to cover, overwhelm, spread over, cover, to be clothed. A primitive root to property, to plumb, that is filled by Apollos. So kafar, if it's the word kafar, it comes from the word atonement, where we get the word atonement, to cover our sins from. And kafar is what the ark was covered in. So anyway, but we got the word kasa, so I can't use that for my sermon.
Hey, the same word is used for full moon because she's covered with light.
Kessi.
Yeah, same word.
Yeah.
His glory.
Paul, you go.
His glory.
Paul, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, Joe. It all brings us back to the stars again, doesn't it? He's told his story in the stars in the secret place. You are protected.
Well, that's where I was leaning towards, but I didn't want to steer this.
Well, everything there, that's where Eve thought her sons were going to be the ones to bring them back into the garden.
Oh, she thought
Cain.
And
yeah, and she thought, but she knew the story. I don't know the full story. I only know little bits and pieces of it.
Yeah.
But to come into the secret place, into that, into the fold, as Jehovah is the gate, Yeshua is the gate of the fold. His protection is all around.
Okay, Matthew, or not Matthew, Sarkis, go ahead, sir.
The one thing that I was looking at on the eSword is when we're talking about hiding, or Jehovah hides us and protects us. This week, yesterday, actually, my son and I were talking about. We said, okay, we're looking for trouble is coming. How do we respond? Do we hide? Do we run? How do you plan for evil time, trouble? And really, we had a good discussion for a while. And one of the things is when you look at the word hide. So if you look, so I looked at Proverbs 22 verse 3. A prudent man foresees the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished. And so looking back to what Gideon was doing, and we're looking at, emulate or idols or symbols, people are using those things to hide, to get protection from, to get, okay, they're seeking protection. And that symbol is a symbol to them, say, okay, Jehovah is going to protect me, or whoever God they're worshiping. And the thing about it is, Jehovah doesn't want us to look at symbols. He doesn't want us. He wants us to look at him. And the word hide is the same word. I was looking at Psalm 31, and it's the same word in Proverbs, which is 56:41, which is satar. And it's to literally or figuratively be absent, keep close, conceal, hide, secret, or surely. But if you look at Babylonian Hebrew alphabet, the word is hide in a covenant, to be in the covenant, to walk with the in the covenant, and as a result, it's not about being in places or run away from places, but as we are hiding ourselves in His protection, and His protection is being obedient to Him, is to be faithful to Him. That is our protection. That is our hiding place. He is our fortress, because we are keeping His commandments, and we are the apple of His eyes. He protects us because of that. But
So
in Proverbs 22,
is that still, I get what you're saying, the theme, but is that the theme back in Genesis as well?
I believe so.
Okay.
Because we're protected from what? If you look at Proverbs 22:3, a prudent sees evil. And what is evil? If you look at the word evil, is ra'ah, which is 74:51. And it's, we're trying to be protected from bad or evil, adversity, affliction, calamity, distress, grief, sorrow, trouble, but if you look at the word evil, there's a pre-modern Hebraic alphabet where the word is twisted. From the twisted one, the one who twists the words of Jehovah, just like he did in Genesis, he's doing it today. He twisted the commands of Jehovah with Eve to deceive her. And deceive.
Where are you getting this twisting from here, this evil?
Well, I have to get that information to you later on. I don't have it right now, but okay. I'll try to do that for you. But if you, the language is evolved from, we have modern, before that paleo, before that we had what do you call?
Sumerian?
No. I apologize, but I just wanted to bring the word twisted is what evil does. And as a result, symbolism is a twisted form of putting our trust in Jehovah or in gods. And we need to be careful of that. That's why the second commandment is very important. Our hiding place should be our walk with Him, keeping the covenant and keeping the sign, and that is Shabbat, and not hiding behind things. And that's what most people do. That's why those emulate signs are important to them, because that's their hiding place. That's they go to.
Very good. Well, thank you. Eugene, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the thing that I get is it all goes to the very first sentence. I put my trust in you.
Yes.
And he goes through all of it using the same thing. And the second, 32 tells us what he's going to do by putting your trust in him.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
2 cents.
And so you're saying that is the same as what Gideon was doing, putting his trust in Jehovah?
Yes.
And in Genesis, what's your connection there then?
I'd have to go back.
Well, that's where Abram goes after the people of that came against Sodom. So I don't see Jehovah telling him to do anything. He just did it.
Well, you could tie in with Abram when he wouldn't take the reward. He was trusting in Jehovah to make him great, not other men.
Okay, I'll buy that. Okay, good. Let's jump over to Matthew 19. So the theme is trusting in Jehovah, so it seems.
Okay, I have that.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Ella.
Okay. And it came to pass that when Yeshua had finished these things, he departed from Galilee and came into the coast of Judea beyond Jordan. And great multitudes followed him, and he healed them there. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? And he answered and said unto them, Have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? And said, For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. Wherefore they are no more two, but one flesh. What therefore Jehovah has joined together, let no man put asunder. They say unto him, Why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement, and to put her away? He said unto them, Moshe, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery, and whoso marrieth her, which is put away, doth commit adultery. His disciples say unto him, If the case of the man be so with his wife, it is not good to marry. But he said unto them, All men cannot receive this saying, save they to whom it is given. For there are some eunuchs which were so born from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs which were made eunuchs of men, and there be eunuchs which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it. Then were there brought unto him little children, that he should put his hands on them and pray, and the disciples rebuked them. But Yeshua said, Suffer little children, and forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. And he laid his hands on them, and departed thence. And behold, one came and said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do, that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There's none good but one, that is Jehovah. But if you will enter into life, keep the commandments. He saith unto him, Which? Yeshua said, You should do no murder, you should not commit adultery, you should not steal, you should not bear false witness, honor your father and your mother, and you should love your neighbors yourself. The young man said unto him, All these things have I kept from my youth up, but what lack I yet? Yeshua said unto him, If you will be perfect, go and sell that you have and give to the poor, and you shall have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. But when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. Then said Yeshua unto his disciples, Verily I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. And again I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of Jehovah. When his disciples heard it, they were exceedingly amazed, saying, Who then can be saved? But Yeshua beheld them and said unto them, With men this is impossible, but with Jehovah all things are possible. Then answered Peter and said unto him, Behold, we have forsaken all and followed you. What shall we have therefore? And Yeshua said unto them, Verily I say unto you, that you which have followed me in the regeneration when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, you also shall sit upon 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And every one that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. But many that are first shall be last, and the last shall be first. Randall, am I supposed to read 20, or is somebody else doing that?
I have that.
Okay.
Do you want me to keep reading, Joseph?
Yeah, let's get it all out there.
Okay,
We could be here all night.
It's just to verse 16. So this is 20 verse 1. The kingdom of heaven is like a farmer who went out at daybreak to hire workers for his vineyard. After agreeing with the workers on a wage of 1 denarius, he sent them off to his vineyard. Then on going out at 9 in the morning, he saw more men standing around in the market square doing nothing, and said to them, You go to the vineyard too, I'll pay you a fair wage. So they went. At noon and again around 3 in the afternoon, he did the same thing. About an hour before sundown, he went out, found still others standing around, and asked them, "Why have you been standing here all day doing nothing?" They said to him, "Because no one hired us." "You too," he told them, "go to the vineyard." When evening came, the owner of the vineyard said to his foreman, "Call the workers and pay them their wages, starting with the last ones hired and ending with the first." The workers who came an hour before sunset each received a denarius. So the workers who came first expected they would get more, but each of them also received just a denarius. On receiving their wages, they began grumbling to the farmer, "These latecomers have worked only 1 hour, while we have borne the brunt of the day's work in the hot sun. Yet you have put them on equal footing with us." But he answered one of them, "Look, friend, I'm not being unfair with you. Didn't you agree to work today for denarius? Now take your pay and go. I choose to give the last worker as much as I'm giving you. Haven't I the right to do what I want to do with what belongs to me? Or do you begrudge me my generosity? Thus the last ones will be first, and the first last."
Okay, mine says, "For the many are called, but few are chosen." So what did we just read? And how is that connected to everything we've covered so far? Because I see here, we can open up a whole other bunch of cans of worms here.
I read a verse in scripture yesterday morning. And then I put a post on Facebook and it says, "When you think of being a commandment keeper, ever think of this one? For there will never cease to be poor in the land. Therefore, I command you, you shall open wide your hand to your brother, to the needy and the poor in your land." Deuteronomy 15, verse 11. Generosity, it is a command. Not only that, take care lest there be an unworthy thought in your heart, and you say, "The 7th year, the year of release is near," and your eye looks grudgingly on your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cries to Jehovah against you. And you say, and you be guilty of sin. You shall give him to him freely, and your heart shall not be grudgingly when you give to him, because this is Jehovah, your God, will bless you in all your work and in all that you undertake. Deuteronomy 15, 9-10. We are to give freely, even though we know the sabbatical year is coming and we won't likely be paid back. But don't worry, your generosity will be returned with Jehovah's blessing in all you undertake. The letter Kaf represents the open palm or a wing. It is both generosity and protection. It's like the word kippur. It means to cover, as in atone or forgive. The commandments aren't just for us to obey. They equally are how Jehovah treats us. They are his character. The commandments are how he loves us. We can be generous because he is generous. We can obey this commandment because he is obeying this commandment. We love him because he first loved us.
And I would have to say with that, like the apostles said, who can be saved? How can any of us be saved? And he's going to say, with men, this is impossible, but with Jehovah, everything is possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. There's a number of things that we should be doing that we don't, that we have excuses for. We have yabbats.
There's no yabbats.
There is lots of yabbats. They're excuses. I didn't say they counted.
But there's lots of people who excuse. But I think I was really struck by that, realizing that, there is this thought out there that says, "Oh, why do I have to keep the law? It's so oppressive. I can't keep the law. It's a burden." Well, but God keeps it in regard to us. It's how he loves us. And if we want to do away with the law, then we want to do away with his love. I don't want to do away with his love.
That's how we get to know him. Okay, thank you, Sombra. Anybody else want to get in on this? Which can of worms do we want to open?
The Torah is what keeps us free. It is an act of love. If I don't steal from you, it's a loving act. If I don't covet what you have, it's love. What world could we live in if we all kept the 10 Commandments? It's not burdensome. It would be a pleasure.
Yeah. But Somber was reading in accordance to the rich man. And him thinking, you know, like, okay, I've done all that. I've done that. I've done the commandments. I've been doing them since I was a kid. But, you know, now you want me to give away all my money to the poor? And he, you know, he couldn't do it. So it's not just doing, you know, knowing the commandments and doing them. It's actually going beyond. Scott and Sean, go ahead.
Hey, Joe, on the part where he's talking about the people showing up late got the same amount as the people working all day, is that kind of a reference to there are people that'll be very many years in the Lord and if some that have just come to the Lord and all will be saved in that regard? Is he trying to show a picture of that?
Yeah, that sucks. You know, I've had to put up with you guys now for 15 years trying to get this messed up, and you guys come in here at the last minute, you're going to get the same reward as me. That's not fair. Right? Or, you know, me coming in here on the coattails of whoever taught me, who's been doing it for 50 years before I ever got called, and I'm going to get the same reward as them. That's not fair. But what did we sign up for?
But if you really love mankind, you will be rejoicing. Hallelujah. They got in by the skin of their teeth. Hallelujah.
What did we sign up for? We signed up for the denarius.
That's right.
Willing to do that.
Right? We signed up just to, okay, I just want to obey him.
Yeah.
That's it. And we didn't sign up to be king. We didn't sign up to be number one or number two. We signed up just, okay, like Somber said, to be saved by the skin of our teeth. Right? And I keep trying to rub mine off all the time. So, yeah. So like, and again, if you're just coming in at the last minute and you think, well, okay, I got called at the last minute. Great. I don't have to do anything. I'm saved. I got the same reward as these guys have been doing it for 30 years. Ha, ha. Right? Yeah. So what do you think of that, Scott? Do you think that's fair?
I think God thinks it's absolutely fair. So it works for me.
Yeah.
Is it fair? Maybe not. But is it just? Yes.
Well, hang on, because he says in there that, are we going to judge him for his generosity? Because that's what he's accusing of
Right, but
trying to take away his generosity for being
I
generous.
guess if you look at the word fair, I mean, I hear this from my, not so much now, but when my kids were younger, right? I hear that, well, that's not fair. That's not fair. It's like, well, you really cannot, in truth, be fair, like equal, everything being equal. That's just not, in my view, reality, but you can be just. And anyway, that's my take.
Mm-hmm. Shelley, I think it is. Shelley?
Yes, I was going to say that no one should have a grudge. And hearing this, like, it's not fair. They weren't happy that someone else received the same thing they did. But if we look at it today, we all want to get accepted and we want to have that payment doing the job, right? So if we all want to get there, we have to help bring everybody through the gate. And so if we want to get through the gate, we have to do our part to bring them there. We need to be holding their hands and saying, come on, let's go. We all want the same thing, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. Nobody's going to take the elephant in the room.
Oh,
What
Joe,
elephant?
but you got me here. Your bubbly personality brought me in, and I'm gonna get the same as you.
Yeah, and I look at you. Yeah. Okay, the elephant in the room.
What's the
Sorry, Hope. Okay, I don't know what you're saying. Ella, can you come back on here and read?
Yes,
I'd like you, and he said,
read what?
I'm just trying to figure out where to start. Let's start in verse 4, and I want you to go to verse 11.
Matthew
Yep, Matthew 19,
4 to 11,
please.
19. Are you ready?
Yep.
And he answered and said unto them, Have you not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female, and said, For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they two shall be one flesh. Wherefore they are no more two, but one flesh. What therefore Jehovah has joined together, let not man put asunder. They say unto him, Why did Moshe then command to give a writing of divorcement, and to put her away? He saith unto them, Moshe, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. And whoso marrieth her which is put away doth commit adultery. His disciples say unto him, If the case of the man be so with his wife, it is not good to marry. But he said unto them, All men cannot receive this saying, save they to whom it is given.
Okay, so there's the elephant in the room. Nobody wanted to talk about divorce and remarriage. And we, and myself, we're looking at this. What does this mean?
You did a teaching on that a long time ago. I remember.
What did I say? I don't know. I know I have two teachings on there. One is called the divorce, and it's the one article is pro-divorce and remarriage, and the other one that's supposed to be attached to it is totally against divorce and remarriage. And I back then was wrestling with it, and I didn't know what the solution was, and I'm not supposed to be looking at it yet, but it's being forced upon me again.
If divorce and remarriage was a sin, then Yahweh cannot marry Israel again because he divorced her.
Hang on. I know where you're going, but Jehovah died. And because he died, he can marry Israel again.
So when you died, can you then remarry?
I haven't died yet.
Because you are
If I
now a
died,
believer.
when I die, I'm dead. I'm done.
No. When you died as a spiritual man and was reborn, right? You're born again when you become a believer.
Okay.
And even then in the Old Testament, your sin was only for a year. They only had, Yom Kippur, which covered your sin once a year. So yeah, if you, I guess, married before that year was up, then yeah, you would have been committing adultery, but I don't see it.
Okay, so hang on, just so I understand what you're saying that if I got divorced this year, then once the Day of Atonement comes, it's covered and I can get married after the Day of Atonement. Is that what you're saying? Am I understanding correctly?
That would have been in those days. And those were like three different arguments I put into like one statement. There's that argument that in the Old Testament that's what they had to do. In the New Testament, if you are born again, does that mean that somebody who was married when they were 20 and they were stupid and they end up getting a divorce and they're 30 and they come to the Lord, that they now have to be a monk for the rest of their life? I don't think so.
Okay, I'm asking the questions here, not you. Don't be putting questions on me that I can't answer.
I got a question.
Okay, so now, are you going to be a celibate? I had Sarkis up here first. Let me get Sarkis. Okay, Go ahead.
You're inciting a riot.
Yeah, I know. That's why this is the elephant in the room, and we're near the end of the day, so let's go.
Well, let me answer.
Sarkis, have you got the tail or have you got the trunk?
None. All right. I got to be different. Before I answer that question, I knew you're going to go there. But I think in Matthew 21 about, the parable of the first and the last, it's important to understand that a lot of times we make decisions based on what we think is fair and right in our own eyes. But Jehovah has different. And the best way I can look at what Yeshua said about John the Baptist. Even though he was the last prophet, that he was considered a prophet. If you look at Luke chapter 7, verse 28, 27, 26. Let me read.
Are you talking about divorce and remarriage here, or are you going on?
No. I'm responding to Matthew 21 first, because that's important to deal with that. And then I'm going to deal with the marriage. Okay. That you read about, the servants who were called to a vineyard to harvest.
Well, that was Matthew 19 or
20. I'm sorry, 20.
Okay.
Where it's fair or just. I think the best way I could answer that to give a response for that is in Luke chapter 7. When John Baptist's disciple came and were asking Yeshua, and then Yeshua answered and said unto them, "Go your way and tell John what things you have seen and heard, how that the blind see, the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, to the poor the gospel is preached. And blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me." And when the messengers of John were departed, he began to speak unto the people concerning John. What went ye out into the wilderness for to see? A reed shaken with the wind? But what went ye out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they which are gorgeously apparelled and live delicately are in the king's courts. What went ye out to see for? To see a prophet? Yea, I say unto you, and much more than a prophet. This is he of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare thy way before thee. For I say unto you, among those that are born of woman, there is not a greater prophet than John the Baptist. But he that is least in the kingdom of God is greater than he. And the point I want to show here is Yeshua considered John the Baptist was the greatest prophet of all, by what the statement here. And the point is, there are so many prophets have come all the way from Moses' time on. And what we see here, John the Baptist is considered greatest. And so in terms of our perspective, how we see people should be treated, we see from our human eyes, from our human understanding, but Jehovah looks at it differently. John the Baptist came and literally fulfilled his purpose of his life, is to introduce Yeshua as the Messiah. And he was willing to do that in a way that even because of that, he died in a different way. I'll explain that. And that is, once he introduced the Messiah, he pulled out. He didn't want to take the attention away from him. He let Yeshua be the center point, the focus of the whole ministry. And so we don't understand it. And we end up trying to understand scripture our ways instead of looking at his ways. He would bring somebody out of nowhere for a few months or a year and be much more credit than the previous guys who did all the work. So that's my 2 cents there. But concerning divorce and remarriage, I believe
Okay,
that
so hang on. Let me just set the rules straight here. I don't care what you believe. I want to know what Torah says or the Bible says. So that not just for you, but for everybody
thank you.
else.
Very good point. And when I say what I believe is where I stand at this point is because I may change my mind in future as scripture is clear, because I'm still growing. I'm recognizing I don't know everything. And as a result, I'm willing to make changes as Jehovah leads me, it opens my eyes, and as I'm willing to open my eyes. A lot of times I am not. And that's the problem with me, is I am not willing to open my eyes or ears to hear truth, to set me free from some of the thoughts of patterns of thinking or belief or changes in my how I want to live my life. And so when it comes to divorce and remarriage, there were guidelines Yeshua gives. And the issue here is what causes divorce. And the second issue here is, what are the guidelines for remarriage, if there is a remarriage? And Yeshua makes it clear in Matthew that if somebody is divorces and remarried, they're committing adultery. The issue here is, okay, well, if in Matthew 5 talks about, if he says, if it has been said, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say, if you lust after a woman, you've committed adultery in your heart. So the question is just a thought, or is it an action, or remarriage, you're committing adultery? The key in understanding for the word divorce is related to fornication. The word fornication, if you look in Strong Concordance, is it says, okay, harlotly one. The other one is where it's marriage that is not sanctioned by the scripture. That means same-sex marriage or a legal marriage. You're marrying your dad's wife or your mom's husband, or
Well, let's not muddy the waters. It's just talking about just a normal, regular divorce and remarriage. Let's just keep it simple.
Well, I understand, but it is not our position to judge there for me, because I don't know where each one is. But at this point, my understanding for my life, I have basically said, it doesn't matter what I'm going through. My job is to be obedient to Jehovah and walk with him. The key here is, the minute I think about divorce, I'm preparing for it. This is my personal perspective. I'm not judging others. So on the other hand, once we are born again and we're walking with him,
but sorry, we got people here and their lives are screwed up.
Yep.
And now they're lonely and they're just looking for some company. And
yep.
You know, what do we, we take this, we're not allowed to remarry again? Is that what we're reading here? Are we missing scriptures, or is there something else we're missing?
Well, let me ask you a question.
No, I'm asking.
No, I'll turn it around here. Here's why. Here's the thing. Do we keep the 10 Commandments all the time? Okay. So the question here is, we are sinners, and we are every day we're learning to walk in righteousness.
Oh, you're just opening up the whole barn door to
that's true,
for me to do whatever I want and then come back and repent after that.
Not necessarily, because who tells you have a second chance in life? Nobody knows who's going to live tomorrow. We don't know. A hurricane might come here, or have an earthquake in California here, and we're gone. Nobody knows. The key here is, as you determine to walk with Jehovah, you make decision on that moment, but you have to, from my perspective, I have to think about what is Jehovah's command for my life, and I'm do the best I can to walk with him. the problem is when I start challenging that and say, what if, or say, does that really mean what it says, and change?
Okay, Sarkis, I think you're stuttering on this one. I think you're not coming out with a clear-cut answer, yes or no. So you're not answering the question. I think you're dancing around it. So I'm gonna, okay, Sambra, you're next in line.
I would love to give the answer straight, but I'll get shot.
Hey, well, give it straight. Let's deal with this thing. Let's figure this out.
Okay, from my perspective, and this is not to offend anybody.
We're not, let me, because we got people here.
I'm taking the word seriously here. I do believe in other areas I'm still struggling in my walk, but in this area, when I decided to marry my wife, I told her up front, I will not remarry anybody, and therefore I will not divorce you. There's a divorce, it's not an option. One of us has to die. And it doesn't mean I would kill her or she'll kill me, in as much as to say, until death do us apart. The problem here is, I know a lot of people struggle with this issue because people, when they get married, they're in horrible marriages. But Jehovah allows us to go through lots in life to bring us to himself. And through difficult times, affliction will become more and more like him. The question becomes here, am I focused on myself or on Jehovah? If I'm focusing on myself or circumstances, then I'm not gonna do what Jehovah showed me. I'm gonna say, well, I don't accept my lot. And that's why Yeshua said, he corrected the Pharisees in saying, and that's not so. At the beginning, a man and woman were married, they're one, not, he weren't divided. And so I'm paraphrasing here. And my point here is, I believe that, and I'm sticking with it, no matter what.
Okay. Let me get some other people in here. Let me get Somber to go first. I got a bunch of hands up here. Somber, you're up. And there's still stuff going on in the chat too that I can't keep track of. And I don't know if I'm hearing you got problems with my mic. Is there something wrong with my mic?
Just off from time to time, but yeah, it's just not like normal. So
okay, boys. Shh.
Go ahead, Sombra.
Okay, so the law with regard to women and vows. A woman, if she makes a vow and she has a covering, either a husband or a father, that father or that husband can disavow the vow that she makes if she makes a foolish vow. It is his responsibility to protect her from her foolish vows. However, if a woman is a widow or a divorcee, she no longer has a covering. She is free to enter into vows as she chooses. Whether they're foolish vows or wise vows, the consequences are on her head. So when she's divorced, she can remarry. Now, divorce, the whole purpose of divorce.
Hang on. Stop right there. I just gotta stop you right there. Verse 9, and I say to you, whoever divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another commits adultery. And whoever marries her who is divorced commits adultery.
Okay, but if you're divorcing your wife because she burnt your toast.
We're not justifying anything. You're just divorced. That's all it says. Okay, it doesn't say why other than fornication. It doesn't say toast or peanut butter or whatever it is.
However, the man is the one that made when you have a man, he invites a woman to come into covenant with him. It's his invitation. The invitation is, I will protect and provide for you. He's the one that made the covenant with her. He's the stronger power. She's the weaker power, the weaker vessel. He has a responsibility to protect and provide for her. If he breaks his covenant with her, whether it's because he divorced her or whether he isn't paying the bills or not providing food or whatever, she didn't do anything wrong. She's in the right, he's in the wrong. Now, if she divorces him, if she leaves him, she broke her vow with him, but he's the one that made the covenant with her. So if she is an adulteress and she steps out over here and he divorces her, then it's broken up. But if she burnt his toast, which is part of what they were talking about, he's not supposed to do that. He's the one that broke the rules. And then if he takes a wife, yeah, sure, he's an adulterer because he shouldn't have broken his marriage in the first place. But why did God give us divorce? Why does God allow divorce? Divorce is not his best plan for us. It's not what he wants for us. Divorce is not part of his will for us, but it's allowed. It's a provision. Why? Because we're dumb and we're stupid and we can't get along with each other. And because we have wounds from our past, and until we give our lives completely over to Jehovah, how can we possibly be healed from the wounds we have? And we take it out on our spouses.
But Jehovah divorced Israel. Is Jehovah stupid?
No, she stepped out from her covering. He divorced her because of her sexual
But he
immorality.
also in Hosea sends Hosea after his adulterous wife.
He does.
And Hosea represents Jehovah.
I do not have a problem with remarriage.
I think I've just seen you tongue-tied for the first time.
I do not have a problem with remarriage.
That's not my question. My question is,
You said there was an elephant in the room. That's the elephant.
I'm reading chapter 19, verse 9. And I say to you, whoever divorces his wife except for sexual immorality and marries another commits adultery. And whoever marries her who is divorced commits adultery. I'm not sitting here judging anyone who's married and remarried. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm looking at this from my own perspective and saying, I'm screwed.
Right? Okay. What happened to Nehemiah's men that broke off because of unequal yoking with their faith? Remember he said to the group, you want to get back with God in the temple? Divorce those ladies that are from a different...
That's back in Ezra's day, divorcing the Moabites.
Yes, exactly.
Okay? And then you're
So
combining it with what
men?
Paul says. Paul says, do this, even though you're unequally yoked, to stay together unless the other one decides to leave, right? So you're mixing two things up here.
Well, they were Midianites. They were different than
the
Jews.
Anyways, the Moabites, whatever.
What happens to those men? They can't marry again? There's no answer there.
Okay.
So Yeshua said to the woman at the well, he says, you have had 5 husbands. If she wasn't allowed to remarry,
she wasn't an Israelite and she wasn't under Torah.
Oh, good grief. Law applies to everybody, whether you're Israelite or not. And she was a Samaritan. She believed in God, just wasn't worshiping at the right place. So again, he called all those other men her husband. Therefore, she remarried. Those marriages were legal marriages. Okay. And when you're talking about marriages that shouldn't be happening, and I can't remember who it was that mentioned it. I don't know if it was Sarkis or not, but he was talking about homosexual marriage or whatever. No. We're talking about a priest not being able to marry anyone who's not, well, he's not allowed to marry a divorced woman, and he's not allowed to marry anybody who's outside of his lineage.
Yeah. Okay, let me get Ronnie Wells in here.
Well, I had a man tell me one time that Jehovah would never forgive me of my sins because I'm divorced. Divorce can actually be a means of deliverance. And whether you remarry after that is up to you. You may not want to jump back into something like that, depending on how bad it was. But anyway, Deuteronomy 24 talks about a man giving a woman divorce papers. God always makes provisions for divorce. He's not going to condemn us to a life of abuse or misery. But Deuteronomy talks about a man giving his wife a bill of divorcement, and she goes out and marries somebody else, and that man dies. She cannot return to her first husband because that would bring sin upon the land and defile the land. It is an abomination to Jehovah.
Mhm.
The Levitical priest could only marry a virgin. They couldn't marry a widow or a divorced woman or a woman given to harlotry.
Can
I
you,
think-
Ronnie, can you just tell us Deuteronomy what chapter you're quoting from or using?
24, Deuteronomy 24,
Just so that our listeners can go and look this up.
Deuteronomy 24,
Verse 1.
verse 1, starting in verse 1. It says, when a man takes a wife and marries her, and it happens that she finds no favor in his eyes because he has found some indecency in her, and he writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out from his house, and she leaves his house and goes and becomes another man's wife, and if the latter husband turns against her and writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out of his house, or if the latter husband dies who took her to be his wife, then her former husband who sent her away is not allowed to take her again to be his wife, since she has been defiled. For that is an abomination before Jehovah, and you shall not bring sin on the land, which Jehovah your Elohim gives you as an inheritance.
Okay. So this is talking about remarriage to your original wife after she's gotten married to someone else. But does this have anything to do with Matthew 19:9?
It is the core responsibility. It is the core foundation of marriage and remarriage.
Okay, I understand what's going on in Deuteronomy 24. I get that. That's not a question. But when I don't see it being connected to Matthew 19:9. I see
Hey,
that
that
as-
verse,
Sorry?
isn't that word in Matthew about not so much about divorce, but about putting away? In other words, getting separated from your wife and never actually giving her a divorce? So if you get separated from your wife and your wife now is left destitute, and we say, oh, well, women in today's day and age, they can get a job and they can take care of themselves. Yeah, not really. But in that day, let's say, a woman who was put out had no way of protecting and providing for herself, and it was dangerous out there. And so if you separate from your wife, and then she ends up having to have some other man protect and provide for her because otherwise she's going to die, then you, as the man who have separated yourself from your wife, you have made her commit adultery. And that's not, even if the man isn't married to her, even if he's just protecting and providing, even if there's no sexuality involved, even if he's just protecting and providing for her, if he's taking her under the shelter of his home, you're turning her into an adulteress because now she is getting from another man what she's supposed to be getting from you.
Yeah, but in verse 9 it also says if he marries a divorced woman, that he commits adultery too. So it's both ways here. Let me get Ella in here.
The same 10 commandments where it says do not commit adultery, it said do not kill, do not steal, do not bear false witness. Are those things forgivable?
Yeah.
I don't think divorce is the unpardonable sin.
Oh, no, hey, oh, no, that's not where I'm going with this at all.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, that in the church, it was perpetuated that women should never, ever, 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 no matter what, leave their husbands, abusive situations and whatever. I stayed in a situation, my children said, Mama, you should have gotten a divorce. I
Ella,
didn't.
you and I both come from that same old school thinking, and I know what you're talking about, and that may not apply to people today, where just they use the wrong spoon, and that's a good enough excuse to say goodbye. But yeah, I know what you're saying, but let's not go with what the church says. I'm trying to understand what the Bible
Right.
says here.
But they were saying, because that's what the scripture says, that you should never divorce. But I believe we're to live at peace in as much as possible. I think there are bad choices that have caused divorce, and I think it is forgivable. I didn't divorce. I know people who have and have remarried. I just think there's mercy in the Father. I just can't see that he would say, regardless of what you go through, regardless of the heartache, regardless of the abuse, regardless of what it does to the children, you stay. Because he
Okay,
said,
but if
don't
you
get
get
a
a
divorce.
divorce, well, this is saying you can get a divorce. So I'm not saying divorce, you can't get it. He's saying if you get one, but you remarry, then you become an adulterer, right? So it's not the divorcing part, it's the remarrying part.
I wasn't looking at a divorce in order to get remarried, so I didn't go there.
Yeah.
But I just think people need to be happy. I mean, especially if you can find a believer. Now, yes, you're divorced, but you find somebody who has the same philosophy, the same beliefs, who want to live the same way as you do.
Now, Ella,
You see that being wrong.
You and I both had a similar marriage, and you and I talked before your husband died, and I know quite a bit about you that way. And myself, my situation, I was quite content to tough it out, if you want to put it that way, or stay married to my unconverted mate.
Right.
Now my circumstances have drastically changed, and I'm not wanting to look at this, but I'm being forced to look at it. And now it comes up in today's reading, and I hadn't planned on this at all. So this is a subject that I have now got to deal with, and I know many of you have already dealt with it, or you've just ignored it.
Can we also say, Joe, that remarriage is not the unpardonable sin?
Yeah, we can say that. Okay.
And could that also mean that the way it's written, that I don't see, like in your case, Joe.
No, hang on. I don't want to put me on trial here, because I'm just saying,
well, I'm not going to go
this
to
came
mud
up
with
today,
it
and I know there's a lot of people here that are dealing with it.
as a scenario. Your divorce is not because of you're not getting a divorce to get married to someone else. You see what I mean? Cause and effect. You're getting divorced. You're divorcing. Some people might divorce their wives because they're not pretty, whatever. They want someone else to marry someone else. They maybe even having an affair. Okay, and not doing sexually, but they think they can get divorced and go and marry the other person. So it's an excuse to marry someone else. Is maybe that's how it's read. I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching.
Okay.
But
I have a question. That scripture that says, until death do you part. Okay, if a marriage dies, is that not considered a death? If you
Well, that's
are,
not what it's implying. It's talking about a physical death. You can't reinterpret what it says. It's talking about a physical death.
well, the physical marriage has died. If that unbelieving mate turns away from you,
They have not physically been buried in the ground and had a tombstone put over top of them. That's not, you're reinterpreting it when you do that, Ronnie, and I can't.
I wasn't, no, that was not my intent to try to reinterpret it. So I beg everybody's forgiveness for that.
No.
But
I'm arguing with you because this is what people will do and want.
Yeah.
So it's good you bring it up. Don't be ashamed to do that. I'm just saying I'm not buying it. Okay.
Well, that was just a thought. I should have said, an opinion or a thought.
No, don't.
But when I was
don't apologize.
divorced, I was in the Worldwide Church of God.
Mhm.
Major things such as divorce and remarriage, it went before the Council of Elders, the 24 elders that were appointed to govern over situations and circumstances. And they did make the ruling that I was free to remarry. Because of an unbelieving maid or abuse or whatever, but they made the ruling that I was free to remarry.
Okay, I'm not trying to judge anybody here at all. This come up in scriptures. I also came out of the Worldwide Church of God, and I was also told because I had an unconverted mate, and I was free to divorce her and go and find a, like-minded yoke to get saddled up with. And
Saddled up with?
It doesn't work like that.
But that's what I was told. That's what the brethren were saying. You could, because you weren't equally yoked up, you could do that. So let me bring Kurt in here. Kurt, go ahead.
Well, first of all, Joe, I want to thank you for stepping in this cow pie. I didn't.
I couldn't avoid it. It was just right there. I had this.
Well, that's what happens when the trail's narrow.
Yeah.
It's a good subject. It's a sensitive one. I'm divorced. My wife is my second wife, and things aren't looking.
You're an adulterer. That's it.
Things aren't looking well. Yeah, because I saw that. Yeah. But it's a tough subject. I have questions. I don't have an answer for anyone at this, but I know, like Ronnie brought up, there was a point when it felt like a death, and this is a couple years ago, and it seriously felt like a death had happened. Something
Unfortunately,
happened.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I wish I didn't have to say that, but I know what you're saying.
It's and I don't know what the right answer is. Is it that oppressive to live under my covering? That's the problem. She doesn't understand what I've come to understand. So we were equally yoked at one point in time, and now I feel that I've progressed. Maybe I've regressed, both on some levels, but we are not equally yoked anymore, and it's quite evident. Is the right thing to do to set my wife free so she's not oppressed by me? I don't know what I got. It's a tough subject, this one, and I've got responsibilities. I understand, and I don't know what to do. It's a rock and a hard place.
I sure have actually done my homework and read all these scriptures beforehand and been better prepared. That's what happens when you just try to go off the cuff.
Like
but,
someone brought up Deuteronomy 24. It doesn't explain what the uncleanness was, or the one version says lost favor. Well, it doesn't explain that. What that is. Is it because you burnt her toast, or how do you? This is one of those vague areas that's kind of tough to handle.
Joseph, you did your homework already. I Googled citedmoon.com, can I remarry if I've been divorced? And your article of 2015 came up, and you have all the scriptures there.
Yeah, but I wrote that when I was happily married, and I should have reviewed it before I did today's Torah reading, is what I mean. So like the stuff I've written, 2015, 5 years ago, I don't remember everything I've written.
Yeah, but in your where your wife left, you already know that it says if the unbelieving leaves, they can leave. So just because you're feeling bad right now, understandably, but I don't think that's something that we want to put on everybody that's in this forum.
No, no,
You know,
I'm not trying to put myself or my problems out there. We're reading Matthew 19:9, right? And we're using some of our own personal problems in trying to sort this out.
let them look up all the scriptures that you put on that article, and then let them come to their own decision.
Can
Too
you
many
just,
people
can
have
you
been.
put that, can you put the URL in the chat here for everybody?
I actually was trying to do that.
Okay, and thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let me bring Nancy or Kevin into this.
It says, do I want to download?
No, you just want to copy the URL.
Yeah. Well, your article is called Divorce and Remarriage, and it was in 2015, and it's on citedmoon.com.
Okay, maybe Randy, if you don't mind, go and find that URL and put it in the chat for everyone to look at. Or someone else who can get there quicker. Nancy or Kevin, go ahead.
I just wanted to throw this out there and say that I know it's hard for couples in any situation where they don't get along. And it's almost sometimes worse because you're with somebody, and when you're actually paired up and married and with somebody, sometimes you feel even lonelier than if you were by yourself. And on top of that, you have I'm not going to say lure, but the dichotomy of having people that actually do understand you and are thinking in the same mindset that you're thinking. And it kind of puts a divide between you and your spouse. And then, of course, you know, there's all these other things: entitlement, long-standing history, just all kinds of things. And I would just, you know, urge everyone to remember that even for the stranger, the neighbor, we're to extend ourselves and be long-suffering and loving and kind and all of these other things. And sometimes with the one that's closest to us, we find it harder to be that way with our partner, but we can be that way with a stranger. And so I would just ask everybody to kind of ask yourself why that is. What triggers you, and what are those entitlement factors that you feel? And I know it's hard. Joseph talks all the time about, you know, knives in your back. And the one thing that I said to him, and I'll say to everyone here, is, you know, God puts you in a relationship for a reason. And I don't believe in coincidence. I believe that every relationship that's in your life right this minute, whoever you are, wherever you are, that you have to wonder and ask yourself, well, what's my purpose in the location that I'm in and the relationships that you're in at this very moment? And if you think about Hebrews, and you think about the race, and you think about enduring, and I don't know who said, if it was Sombra, but our goal is to bring people across that finish line. I think Shelley said that also. Our job is to save people, is to not just be there for ourselves and run the race alone. It's made very clear that when he comes back, he wants to find us helping one another in that race. In that, if we're not doing that, then that's not, you know, we're not doing his will. The other thing I'd like to say, which I don't know if it's true or not, but Kevin brought it up, you know, we're in covenant with Yehovah because we choose to be. And we have that right? And we have that free will to say we don't want to be. As patriarchs and as husbands, as Sombra mentioned, your job is to provide a safe place, a covering for your spouse. And so do you do that? You're told to love her, regardless if she respects you or not. They're saying, okay, wives, respect your husbands, but husbands, love your wives. So are you loving them? And the only other thing I would say is, you know, as to what, you know, Kevin was saying, is if you're doing everything you're doing, then you can't control what she wants to do or do. So just like we, as the bride of Yeshua, as the bride of Yehovah, we have that choice to leave that covenant. and so do your wives. So if they choose to do that, I mean, I don't know, you can't really stop them. But as a patriarch, as the Godhead of your family, I do believe you're obligated to continue to love them, to continue to support them until they say they don't want to be anymore, or they proceed with divorce hearings. And that's their free will, just like it's our free will to leave our covenant with Yehovah. And then, like I said, sometimes we get so personal and deep into these relationships, and, she didn't, or he didn't do this, and I should, or I don't have to. And we forget what the whole point of these relationships are, that you're one flesh, and that it is your job and your duty and your obligation to bring that person over the finish line in whatever manner you can. Our job as believers is to help one another run this race in any way we can. And if we can be long suffering for, strangers and neighbors, we certainly should be to the nth degree for our spouses and our family members and our siblings and our children. So I just put that out there because I think sometimes we lose perspective. And then, like giving, with homeless people, we talked about this yesterday in our small group a little bit, but it's like, if I give whatever to a homeless person and then they go out and buy drugs with it or alcohol, all I know is what my job and my duty is to Yehovah, what I'm obligated to do. I have no control over what someone else does. If I love them and they don't respect me, or if I give $100 and they go buy crack with it, it doesn't matter. Our job is to be called and be set apart and be different. It's for your spouses or whomever to decide they don't want to be in covenant with you anymore. So that's all. That's just how I read the scriptures, and that's how I see it.
Okay, thank you. It's 5:13, and we got a few more hands up here. I want to try and wrap this up by 5:30 if we can. So we'll give it 15 minutes. I'm going to give Rebecca the first shot, and then we'll just go down the list.
Okay, when man and woman marry, they become one, echad, the same way Yehovah and Yeshua are echad, are one, not one like a number, but one in unity. That's why it feels like death when people divorce. And Yeshua himself said, unless sexual immorality, they shouldn't divorce because it's like death, and Yehovah hates death that's why he hates divorce as well. So we can remarry for other reasons rather than Torah allows, but support the consequences. And even in somebody divorces, in Torah it says he is supposed to provide for the first woman. So important, this unity, it is before Yehovah. That the woman you became one with, you support her for the rest of her life unless she goes onto the protection of another man. She's not supposed to be left out there in the world on her own. You have to provide for her for the rest of her life, unless somebody else take her under his protection. That's the Torah. We say we want to remarry for loneliness. That's worshiping your own comfort. That's idolatry. Get a Labrador. You cannot say you are lonely when you have Yehovah. So let's go ahead and do whatever our head wants. We'll suffer the consequences. Amen.
Okay, I want to see how many Labradors show up here next week. The link that Hope was talking about is in the chat there. Just scroll up and you'll find it to the Divorce and Remarried article that she was referring to. Randy just posted on there again. Wilson, you're up next, sir.
Well, this is such a can of worms. You might have to just stop me because
Well, hang on. We got 10 minutes. I want to get Somber and Sarkis in here. So,
well, I know. I'm just, anyway.
But after we finish, we can go off and talk about this some more afterwards.
Well,
right?
I guess a lot of it's come up in the chat, and Kevin and Nancy, one of them, I'm not sure, brought up the verse, and I said I would address it if I get a chance, about Yeshua saying, if you look at a woman, you've committed adultery in your heart. Okay, this is, we keep here, and quite honestly, just in general, keep circling this, and I brought it up a number of times. But so if I hate someone, Yeshua, what we read in the first century writings, hear what I just said, what's recorded, Yeshua said in the first century writings is that if I hate someone in my heart, it's the same as murder. Okay, I don't think that's the case. Joseph, if Yehovah forbid, let's use someone else. Let's say I hate my neighbor. Okay, does that mean for my neighbor it's the same as me killing him? I would bet you he would argue differently than me actually killing him.
Just to clarify, that scripture is referring to if you see your neighbor sinning and you don't tell him.
No, that's not the one I'm referring to.
Okay.
She has it in the chat. You may be able, or Kevin or Nancy, you might be able to help there. This is where he's like, if you know, if you do these things in your heart, it's the same as committing it. Okay. And I don't think that's the case at all. I think that it is the seed. It's the seed of the same sin, that one can lead to another if you don't stop it. But the problem of this is, in my view, comes back to what is scripture. We are doing the same thing that we rip on Christianity for left and right, and that is taking the words out of the New Testament to override the Torah. That is incorrect thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And so what does the Torah say about all this?
Okay, but just keep in mind here, I'm quoting Matthew 19, and Yeshua speaking these words himself, verse 9.
These are the words we have recorded that Yeshua spoke. Did he speak in Greek? I don't think so. When we run into these same problems over and over again throughout the New Testament, and as Torah believers, if the New Testament is equivalent to the Torah, then we can all just go home, shut down the Zoom, and be done, because we're wrong. Because there's plenty of things that we go, no, that's not what it means. What it means is you got to go deeper and deeper and deeper. And the Torah is the foundation. And so
okay, but hey, Wilson.
Yes, sir.
I hear what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. Are you saying, now I'm going to question you, are you saying that Matthew 19:9 isn't saying what it's saying? It's something else. It's saying something else.
I'm saying that, as others have said in the chat, well, that doesn't jive. What you're saying, Wilson, doesn't jive with this verse in the New Testament and this verse and this verse and this one. What I'm saying is, let's go back to the Torah and get to the heart of it. And I'm saying we don't find this command in Torah. That's what I'm saying. So you be the judge. All I'm saying is it doesn't describe this. Other places, Paul, I was looking for it. Maybe someone can help me. But if we want to look at the New Testament, Paul says, if you have an unbelieving spouse, you are not bound. The problem is we've made vows as Christians when we got married, and I did too. We made vows that were actually contrary to Torah. Okay. Some didn't, would take out wives submitting to their husbands or different things and made a really nice sounding vow for the days that we live in. But it wasn't according to what Torah was calling for. And Sombra is correct, in these aspects of coverings and covenant. And okay, this brings up this subject, and it is tied together. Okay, what was rape? People talk about biblical rape.
Okay, hey, no, let's not open that one up. No, I know where you're. No, don't open that up, because that. Let's focus on divorce.
The point is, we don't understand what those terms mean in our day, and we are applying terms today that were not intended thousands of years ago. And we have to understand it from a Torah perspective, not from the New Testament was not considered scripture for at least 300 years. And that was the first time it was mentioned, New Testament and scripture.
Okay, so Wilson,
Yes, sir.
does Moses not say that we can get divorced? Is that, yeah, that's
Yes,
what I
he
heard you
does.
said. He
Yes,
does
he
say
does.
that.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
And
So-
yes, it's for hardness of heart. Which side? Who knows? One, both, whatever. We're human. We mess up. And are you going to be bound to someone who is it refuses to listen to her husband, or are you going to be bound to someone who doesn't fulfill the duties as a husband? There are different roles. It's not equal, and that's part of the problem too.
Okay. Okay. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't let this elephant go by, and everyone's got a different leg or a trunk or the tail, and they're all blind. We just, we're trying to feel this thing through. Sombra, go ahead, madam.
Okay, Blue Letter Bible, Matthew 17, 19, verse 7. Why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and put her away? Give her, didimo, a writing, biblion, of divorcement, apostasion. Then if you go to Matthew 19, verse 9, it says, and I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except for it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery, and whosoever marrieth her is to put away, doth commit adultery. The word put away is apolio. Apolio means to set free, to let go, to dismiss. A petitioner to whom liberty to depart is given by a decisive answer. To bid depart, send away, to let go free, release. A captive, in other words, to let loose his bonds and bid him depart, to give him liberty to depart, to acquit one accused of a crime and set him.
Hang on, Sombra, you're really losing me here. Just go back and say it in English. What are you saying?
My point is, in Matthew 19, verse 7, it says, then why did Moses command to give a divorce and send her away?
An apolio.
No, an apostasio.
An apostasio, okay.
Okay. Then he says to her, because of your hard-heartedness, Moses allowed you to apostasio. And verse 9, and I say to you, whoever apolio his wife, except for immorality, and marries another, commits adultery. There's a difference.
So the difference is, what's apolio again versus
apolio is just sending away. It's like getting separated. So if a man
hang on, back up. Read that again, using the word apolio in the proper English. Don't say apolio, use the proper English and read the sentence in the proper way that it's supposed to be.
And I say to you, whoever separates from his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another, commits adultery. If he's still legally married to his wife and they've gone to live in two different houses and he starts dating another girl, starts having, let's say he's Mr. Righteous and he doesn't have sexual relationships with her, but he marries her. Now he's got two wives. He's committing adultery.
So this is not divorce. This is separation that this Greek is saying here that's been translated as divorce. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're reading? Is that what Wilson was saying?
That's the way it reads in Greek.
Do it again. Read it one more time.
And I say to you, whoever separates from his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another, commits adultery.
Keep on going. Is the second divorce here, is that apolio as well?
Sorry, I was reading verse 9.
I'm reading
No.
verse 9. And whoever marries her who is divorced commits adultery. So is that second divorce here? Is that also apolio?
In Greek, yeah.
In the Greek, yeah. So it's not divorce, it's who is separated, which is still legally married.
Yes.
Okay. Does that change this conversation? Why didn't you say that at the very beginning?
Well, I did try to.
I think that changes this whole conversation.
Absolutely, it does.
And
wait a minute, Sombra, if you look back in that verse that you were quoting about Moses and the apostasio, the word apolua is also in there. It says,
Yes.
give her a writing of divorcement and put her away. And that's apolua. So
Okay,
you've got both of
but
those.
if you've written her the piece of paper that says that your marriage is over, now she is free to go off and have any new relationships she wants. Because she's a divorced woman, she can make her own vow. But if you just send her away without that piece of paper, you cannot re-enter into another relationship.
And this is the understanding that I now remember from many years ago. But again, I didn't review this, but yes, I remember something like that.
I'm still not following. You give her a writing of divorcement, which is apostadio, and put her away, which is apoluo.
Okay, so
they're putting them together.
Let me see if I can sum this up. A man and a woman are married, and for some reason he won't eat burnt toast, so they separate. Okay.
Apolio.
They separate. Apolio. Okay. So now they are not divorced. They are still married. They're just separated. You know, my wife's living over there. I'm living over here. We're separated. If I don't, or she don't, or we don't get a divorce, I cannot remarry someone else, because that would be adultery, or it would be adultery for her, until we do the actual legal thing of saying we're done. Did I say that correctly, Sombra?
Well, yeah, except the word apoluo in Greek, apo is away and luo is to release or to let go of. So it's basically that word means to set free. And so
you're setting free the person to carry on their life.
Right.
After you guys have agreed that it won't work.
But how does that work with just being separated in verse 9? Whoever sets his wife free, except for a fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. You know, I don't get that.
Yeah, but if you said, okay, in my personal situation, my wife said we're done, and she went. Did I go and drag her back and forth? No, I've set her free. I've given her what she wants, you know, and I've set her free. But we've only separated. I haven't really set her free until I sign the papers and say, that's it, we're done. Now,
well, technically, in the eyes of God, you have.
No, not in the eyes of God. I'm still married, as far as I'm concerned. I still got the ring on. So
she's still in covenant, yeah.
But
are you still providing for her? She's home that you are paying for, and you're protecting her and providing for her. Then
more complicated than that. I'm not gonna air my laundry here, but we have, you know, if she has a relationship and goes into a relationship, then I can't take her back. If we don't get divorced, then her relationship would be adultery, or my relationship would be adultery. But once we get divorced, then we're both free to pursue our lives, whatever we want. That is what I'm reading from this, according to the Greek. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a difficult day to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. It's not what I wanted to talk about. And I'm not sure that I got it figured out. And it's a messy subject, and I'm not trying to judge anybody here. and I hope you're not judging me. But, you know, I'm not going to avoid something just because it's ugly. And we're going to tackle it. We're going to talk about it. And that's what we've done here today. We've talked about it, hopefully as adults, some more mature than others. And who knows? But I hope that we've been able to help other people. And it's a mess. It's always a mess. And, you know, I certainly don't judge other people because it's a mess. So with that, I want to thank you all for taking part. We've had a lot of different people participating today, and that was awesome. That was awesome. So I appreciate that. I'd like to close this out with prayer now, and then but the room's going to be left open, Sarkis. My mom's waiting for supper, so I got to get. So if we could, Sarkis,
Yes.
can I ask you to close this with prayer?
Yes. Okay. Abba, Father, we thank you that your word is clear, but we're having a hard time understanding because of our sinful nature. We don't think highly of you in ways that you have prepared a way for every situation, and we don't get it. And Father, we just pray that you continue to open our eyes to see your truth, our ears to hear your words, and a heart to receive and be obedient. Father, we don't know how to do it right in our pain and suffering. We tend to run to things not of you, instead of running to you, who you are our fortress. You are our hiding place. You are our deliverer. And Father, in this situation, difficult times, we pray, help us to stay strong, and be alert and on guard, and follow you and be obedient to you, and not to our emotions, not to what's trending in our culture, not the peer pressure and the pain that we suffer, but that we would be faithful to you. In Yeshua's name we pray and we thank you. Amen.
Amen. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today or listening to us during the week. We don't profess to have all the answers here. We try and find them, and we'll dig deeper to look for them. But that's what you got to do as well. So thank you for joining us. Shabbat Shalom. We have different speakers speaking here on a regular basis, and we got some thorny issues coming up in the future that I already know about. And some of them are trying to speak here today, and I wouldn't let them. But we will cover some of these thorny issues down the road. So do come back, and Jehovah be with you. Jehovah bless you and guide you and keep you. Because we're in hard times, and it's going to get worse. So Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Thank you.